indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chief. Our invocation tonight from Pleasant Grove Baptist Church, we're going to be hearing from Pastor Asa Bell. Is Pastor Bell with us?
I am. Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
And,
Thank you so much for
other
being with us
commissioners.
tonight.
I'm happy to be here tonight. There are a couple of ministry items from Pleasant Grove that I'd like to share with you before we
Absolutely.
pray.
Let's hear it.
First, beginning next Wednesday, August 5th, we partnered to provide COVID drive-through testing in Wendell on our church campus. We should know the exact hours by Friday of this week, and we'll make that information available through our church Facebook page as well as our church website, which is www.pleasantgrovewendell.org. I also invite you to join us for our virtual worship services each week on Sunday morning at the same website. That service is at 10 o'clock a.m. And then finally, on the first and third Tuesday of each month, we partner with the Food Bank of Eastern North Carolina to distribute boxes of food and fresh produce to families in the Wendell, Eastern Lake area. During the month of June, we were privileged to serve over 100 families and over 200 individuals. And so we're thankful to be able to provide that service. If you would join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, on this day, we pause to give you thanks for your grace, your mercy, your love, and your protection. We're thankful for family, for friends, and for community, and for your spirit that leads us into all truth. As we continue to face this pandemic, we do it with confidence that you know the plans that you have for us and that they are good plans to prosper us. Help us to use this time that you've given us to grow closer to you and to each other, and to discover how we might bring peace and unity and uplift all of mankind. I pray this evening for the mayor and each commissioner that you would give them wisdom as they conduct the town's business, and that you would open their eyes as you did the late Congressman John Lewis, that they might see what you see, love as you love, and act in ways that are fair, equitable, and just, and that they may recognize the humanity of all mankind. Give them your gracious enablement for every task that they face, and may you be honored both now and forever. Amen.
Thank you again for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
I have one adjustment, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Let's hear it.
I'd like to pull out the selection of the architecture firm from the consent agenda and list it down at the bottom along when I make comments about the TRC.
Let's move it to, let's just move it and make it 6E instead of at your TRC comments, since the action's required on it.
Okay.
Okay, so. Okay. We'll discuss that at 6E. Do we have a motion?
Clarification, is 3F, 3G, or
Yes.
both?
I just wrote selection of architectural firm.
So 3F.
Yes. Not engineering, I think architectural firm selection. Okay. So do we have a motion to approve the agenda as adjusted?
Commissioner Lutz, motion to approve.
All right. We have a motion to approve the agenda as adjusted. Commissioner Joyner?
Aye.
Commissioner Deloach?
Aye.
Commissioner Lutz?
Aye.
Commissioner Tarnasky?
Aye.
Commissioner Boyette?
Aye.
All right, thank y'all very much. It's time for our public comment period. The public comment process has been provided in advance of the meeting. The public had the opportunity to submit written comments to the town clerk, or were able to submit a request to participate via call-in on the conference by email. They emailed their name, address, phone number, and all to the clerk by Friday, July 24th at 5 p.m. This was this past Friday. The clerk is now going to unmute everyone who's requested to speak in the order of their request, in the order that they were received. Prior to that, yes, let's just do those first. Okay, so the first one that we're going to hear from is Judy Arnold.
This is Judy Arnold, 1429 South Hollybrook. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I spent hours yesterday reviewing my notes and findings on the way this project has been submitted to the town to try and condense it to 3 minutes in an attempt to be heard. The details and documentations have been presented to the planning board, mayor, town attorney, and commissioners. Emails from the town with incorrect information regarding meeting dates. Our notice from the town received by letter dated July 1. The town entered into a contract with the developer at their April 27 meeting to purchase property for a park, contingent on approval of the zoning and master plan submitted by the developer. Members of the planning board voicing criticism at the June 1 meeting, only to either change their mind or not attend the June 15th meeting for the vote. In 2018, one access was not enough for this subdivision, but now one crossing a riparian buffer and a stream as the only means of ingress-egress for 88 homes is not questioned. Letter to TRC questioning this, with only response being from the fire marshal. The TIA recommending a left turn lane installed on Selma Road coming from Johnson County and turning onto Hollybrook, and no one questioning the reasoning behind this. The effect of additional traffic in Wendell with no mention of traffic from the park. Advertised lots shrinking from the 2018 to the 2020 plan. The planned use, of the 3.849 annex parcel, as shown on C1 beside my dad's home on Selma Road, will it be used as a construction entrance? The assurance that the stormwater maintenance easement on the bottom of C4 will in no way affect our property. Explanation or written proof of how the restrictive covenants that run with the land, or a portion of it, will be carried out. At the June 15 planning board meeting, there was promise of new covenants by developer's attorney. Have they been submitted or reviewed, solving the existing covenant issue running with the land? And finally, the offer by developer's attorney of the promise of 1,800 square foot homes, a fence and or planning to distance us from the proposed 6 homes backing up to our lot, paid for by the developer, to be located on our lot and maintained by us. No mention of the required planning required by the UDO in 8.7 for our lot. Explanation today from the town that this only applies to lots within this development, although the landowner on the southwest side of the development is promised a greater vegetation buffer. I understand the challenges the board for the town are facing with hundreds of lots on Hollybrook as well as Old Zebulon that have no way to get through Wendell at this time. But when will someone say no to more homes until the traffic issue already being experienced in Wendell are solved and more attention to detail is given in the review by the town of these plans submitted by developers? Hollybrook, with all the changes, should have been reviewed as a new plan and not a revision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is David Arnold.
Okay, hold on, let me go get him.
Hello.
Hello, you can start.
Okay. I'm David Arnold, 1429 South Hollybrook Road. I'm addressing items 6B and 6D on tonight's agenda. Whenever I've asked the town board members or planning staff about problems with the TIA in this project, I've always received the same answer. I'm not a traffic engineer, and I can only go by what the report says. I contend that you do not need to be a traffic engineer to see and understand the blatant flaws in this over 100-page document. Parts of the TIA submitted May 15th, 2020 were dated March 24th, 2020, a time that certainly does not reflect normal traffic. It also shows two access roads on the north side of Hollybrook Road into the proposed Glen at Hollybrook. In the latest version of the proposal, there is only one road that actually accesses the 88 homes in that part of the project. The TIA only addresses traffic on Hollybrook Road and Selma Road, and there are various intersections. What happens to the traffic once it leaves Hollybrook Road and Selma Road? The TIA scope terminates at 3rd Street and at the various street intersections along Hollybrook and Selma Roads, not taking into account the real-world impact of the additional traffic. Residents on South Hollybrook Road most typically use Wendell Falls Boulevard or Wendell Boulevard for access to and from their work and their homes. 3rd Street is not a common route. In the case of Wendell Falls Boulevard, drivers will often use Redberry Drive, Harris Street, Forest Lane, Dogwood Trail, Haywood Street to access Cypress and 1st Street, and then on to Wendell Falls Boulevard. This routes traffic through established residential neighborhoods that lack sidewalks and sufficient lighting to assure the safety of pedestrians, especially school children. Vehicles are often parked on both sides of the streets, limiting the space for meeting traffic to pass. There is no consideration in the TIA for additional traffic in these neighborhoods, and this is where the true impact will be felt. It is the additional traffic from the townhomes being constructed on Wendell Falls Boulevard, or the added traffic from the proposed development on Old Zebulon Road included in the study? No. The effects of the additional traffic are cumulative and cannot reasonably or responsibly be measured by studies of such a limited scope. I believe that it would be most reasonable for the town to be proactive and have infrastructure in place before approving further development on the south and east sides of town, instead of being forced to be reactive as the traffic causes problems from such developments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have 3 submitted in writing. The clerk's gonna read them. Start with Jean Poole.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first written submitted public comment was submitted by Jean Poole, 3501 Wendell Boulevard. It reads, Megan, I watched the town board meeting on Tuesday, July 14th, and was glad that another citizen of Wendell had addressed the change in services regarding collection of yard waste for the town. I have addressed this issue verbally with the town department as well as with one of the commissioners without much information about who changed the pickup policy and what could be done to alter it in such a way that citizens and town resources could be mutually satisfied. I live at 3501 Wendell Boulevard, and my lot is large with big old trees. One of the trees is a designated NC champion tree. When I moved to this location 8 years ago, the town was very protective of this particular tree. Big old trees have lots of limbs, and it is routine for me to have fallen limbs that have fallen due to wind, rain, etc. I keep my lot well manicured myself, as I want it to reflect positively for our town. Its location is a very visual one. The trash cans can serve grass cuttings, weeds, clippings, etc. well, and I have no problem with this. But a 10-foot limb would take much sawing and lifting of heavy weight to accomplish this. The locations listed for citizens to haul their own yard waste are in Raleigh, Holly Springs, and Apex, and one would need to pay this site to dump the yard waste. I tend to think that the property taxes I am paying to live in this community should be covering such necessary services. The town has finally got the equipment needed to perform this service after several years where broken or absent equipment necessitated my hauling truckloads of leaves off myself. I hope that this issue can be revisited and a more reasonable limb pickup recommendation can be made. Since I have been told that it takes the crew all week to collect this yard waste, it should be evident that it is a service that is needed. Possibly limb pickup every other week would be a reasonable compromise, and use of the trash cans would specialize this yard waste to large yard waste that would not fit into the cans. Thank you for placing the support of revisiting this issue in the proper file. It was suggested at the end of the board meeting that comments from citizens were welcomed and would be reviewed. The second public comment was submitted by Les Pippin, 630 Whitley Way in Wendell. It reads, "My name is Les Pippin and I live at 630 Whitley Way in Wendell. I am concerned about the changes in the town of Wendell's changes in yard waste collection. My lot is almost an acre in size, and it will be difficult to manage my yard waste with the new container that is provided. When I trim bushes or complete yard cleanup, it will take several weeks of using my weekly container to remove all of my yard waste. I've always thought Wendell has done a great job managing the town's residential services. I am afraid myself and other residences will have a difficult time temporarily storing and managing their extra yard waste until the container is emptied each week. I've already noticed that there are piles of yard debris stored on the curb around my neighborhood. This may cause yard debris left on the curbs for a long time period if the town is only going to offer curb collection twice a year, plus 2 extra services per residence. Thank you for your time, and I will begin paying attention to the Town Board of Commissioners meeting to see if other residents have similar issues, and hopefully a better plan can be put in place. Thanks, Les Pippin." The third public comment was submitted by Alice Hall, 4330 Wendell Boulevard in Wendell. Good morning. I have a question for our town board. Although I appreciate the thoughtfulness of our town in providing bins for our smaller pieces of yard waste, I am curious about the larger branches that frequently fall during storms. Will the town still be picking those up on a regular basis? I believe a large part of the charm of Wendell, aside from the pleasant people, is these big, old, beautiful trees. It is, however, quite a job to keep the yards beneath these trees looking neat and manicured. Wendell has been very good about picking up these larger limbs on a timely basis to keep our town appearance as it is. I would hate to see piles of these branches sitting alongside the streets for extended periods of time. I have a neighbor who was in the hospital and received a threatening letter regarding his lawn, much like one would receive if they lived in a neighborhood with an HOA. Surely, if we are this concerned about our town's appearance, then we will not become slack in removing the larger yard waste from our roadsides. I am wondering if there is a trade-off with service because of these new yard waste bins. I cannot help but notice that my taxes have not decreased and don't believe that what I get in return for them should either. Thank you all for your help in this matter, Alice Hall. And those were all of the written public comments for the 3-minute public comment period.
Thank you very much. All right, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Commissioner Lutz, motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Commissioner Joyner?
Aye.
Deloach?
Aye.
Commissioner Lutz?
Aye.
Tarnaski?
Aye.
Boyette?
Aye.
All right, item 4, or section 4, recognitions, reports, and presentations. We're going to, 4A is fiscal year 2020 snapshot report. We're going to hear from Town Manager Marc Collins.
Honorable Commission, in your packet was provided an updated snapshot that updated all the monthly reports from March to current, or March to the end of June, to the end of the fiscal year, as well as the fiscal report and the strategic plan. It's interesting to note in reviewing the impacts of COVID on operational departments, and I mean, obvious would be like Parks and Recreation. They came into March up to that point well ahead of expectation to meet all of their goals, and then they couldn't hold any programs. And so that moved from a very positive to a minus 33%. So it's interesting. If you have any questions as you review those over time, I'm going to be reviewing those as we move forward in time on the operational measures. I would also note that's our first year with operational measures, and so as we move into this new year with kind of a new normal, we'll be meeting with department heads to reevaluate how to best collect those measures and make sure that meaningful data is provided to you and the public. On the financial measures, it was, of course, always good when you can come in with revenues above expenditures, and also showing that there was no use of reserve funds in last year, even though a significant number was appropriated for it. So I pride myself on making every attempt, and then again, a year that was impacted by COVID, that was a good positive there. On the strategic initiatives, you'll notice a lot more have been moved to complete, thanks to a lot of your heavy lifting on policy issues and staff implementing those policies. Some of the ones that remain in process and on hold are either impacted by COVID or part of the comprehensive plan, or sometimes staff just can't get to everything in a 2-year period in a plan, or is impacted by outside agencies like DOT and Battle Bridge. As you review those over the coming month, if you have any questions, I always welcome an opportunity to talk with you. Thank you. And I'm available if you have any questions right now.
Any questions for the manager? All right, thank you very much. Let's move into our public hearings. For our public hearings, the public comment process was provided in advance of the meeting. The public had the opportunity to submit written comments to the town clerk, or were able to submit a request to participate via calling in the conference by emailing their name, address, and phone number to the clerk by Friday, July 24th at 5 p.m. The clerk is now going to unmute, or when the time comes, she'll unmute anyone who's requested to speak in the order the requests were received. Those who are speaking have 3 minutes to speak. Please note the board will take action on these public hearings at the August 10th, 2020 Town Board meeting according to North Carolina statute. So item 5A is a public hearing for a non-contiguous annexation for 4 parcels totaling 151.81 acres, 12.28 for PIN number 17658525110, 50.16 for PIN number 17659622276, 57.16 for PIN number 1765856251, and 32.21 for PIN number 1775042139, located at 4501 Rollsville Road, 0 Davistown Road, 1401 Davistown Road, and 6021 Yancey Drive. Mr. Coates.
Thank you, Mayor, for that agenda item recap. I appreciate it because it's a lot of PIN numbers. And good evening, Board. So the first public hearing before you this evening is an annexation petition that came in for those 4 parcels totaling 151.81 acres that the Mayor mentioned. As she also mentioned, no decision can be made at this meeting tonight. The item will be before you for action on August 10th. As an item summary, the original submittal for annexation included 3 parcels that were non-contiguous to our core that were totaling roughly 119 acres. In order to satisfy the 3-mile requirement for satellite annexation, another parcel, the Yancey parcel, totaling 32.21 acres, was added. All these parcels are currently located in Wake County's jurisdiction. They are in our urban service area, so they are eligible to be in our jurisdiction. And they also fall within our boundary agreement with Knightdale that we have an annexation boundary agreement with. The properties are located within Wake County R40 zoning district. Roughly 130 of the 151 acres are contained within the R4 conditional district request, which is a separate public hearing. The remaining acreage will be requested to be rezoned residential agricultural, RA. The proposed annexation would require service for our police, public works departments if annexed. The closest municipal jurisdictions are to the south, Coyote facility and some parcels in there, and that industrial park are within our corporate limits. The Sheets and ABC store and those parcels are within our current municipal boundaries. And then we do have residential developments, Edgemont Landing and Anderson Farm, which are the closest residential developments. Location map. The access for the parcels is along Davistown, Weathers, and Rollsville and Yancey Drive. Staff's recommended approval of the request. It does meet annexation requirements and is within our boundary agreement with Knightdale, and it's in with our urban service area. I can field any questions that you may have.
Anybody have any questions to Mr. Coates? All right, let's open the public hearing and hear from the applicant.
Jamie Schwebler.
Good evening. This is,
Sorry, you're unmuted.
thanks so much. This is Jamie Schwedler with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The applicant team is on the line, but including Laura Good, Bob Mishler, Raymond Ranker, Mike Reynolds, Kevin Dean, Chris Rashkowski, and Don Seaver. But I will be just covering a few brief minutes today, and then the rest of the team will yield their time to me, and I will leave the balance of my time for rebuttal or answering questions. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. This again is Jamie Schwedler with Parker Poe on behalf of the applicant in this annexation request. Brian did a great job in summarizing the request, and I'd like to just briefly take a few minutes and then reserve any additional time for this rebuttal. I note that in addition to determining the area, signatures, and validity of the petition meet the statute's requirements, as Brian noted, you're also called to determine whether the health, safety, and welfare of residents in Wendell will be best served by the annexation, which is being submitted to support the accompanying rezoning request for the 339 single-family homes known as the Overlook. And 3 points support this annexation, and that it's beneficial to Wendell residents, now and in the future. First, the extension of utilities is consistent with the long-range urban services classification adopted over 2 decades ago. This was designated for land intended to be urbanized with extension of municipal services. This is the very area the county plan anticipated to be annexed and utilities extended, and your comprehensive plan contemplated for this growth in this specific area. 2, annexation to support the proposed CD4 zoning will create approximately $620,000 in additional revenue per year over what your current zoning generates if the land were to remain unannexed. This is in addition to the roughly $1 million park the applicant is donating and the approximately $1.1 million in transportation improvements. So annexation of this parcel will be an immediate positive revenue generator, as well as a revenue generator over time in your annual real property taxes. And third, fire and other emergency services will not suffer by the annexation of these parcels. Fire and emergency services are already servicing this area and schools, so it's not outside of the service area in general. We'll be providing the services to Wake Tech as that campus comes along. The project is also expected to generate about $101,000 in fire services and emergency assessments per year to support the fire department. And that's included within the overall $620 per year, but it's significant because it's dedicated exclusively to the type of services that citizens commonly wonder about being impacted by an annexation such as this. Finally, the 339 homes are expected to generate over $95 million worth of construction over the build-out of 5 years. So we're creating construction jobs and positive momentum in this growing area of Wendell, right in the backyards of folks who want to be in this area. And we've already received some local contractors, inquiries, and building supply companies reaching out to us, inquiring whether they can be a part of this exciting project. So I look forward to answering any questions, and will reserve the rest of my time for any rebuttals.
Any questions from the board at this time? You can come back to them if you'd like. All right, let's go to the citizen public comments then. The first person we have, let's see, 10, or actually 9 that are going to call in. The first one is Mr. Frank Braswell.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
My name is Frank Braswell, and I live at 4116 Roseville Road in Wendell. It sounds like I'm reading from my notes. I am concerned of time. The request to annex the Wellness Tract has been going on for a long time, 16 months to be exact. For the past 4 months...
Mr. Braswell, we can't, Mr. Braswell, I'm sorry to interrupt you, we can't hear you.
The original request from the petitioner was for R7 zoning. In less than 4 months, they changed this to R4 request. For the August 2019 Wendell Planning Board meeting, this board voted 5 no, 4 yes to annex this property. A lot of excitement going on in town hall since the 5 no vote would require a supermajority by you to approve the Weathers property annexation. And during this planning board meeting, it was called to the developer's attention that the property likely was not even in the 3-mile limit of Wendell's core town limits. With this setback, on October 18th, the developer had procured 10 acres from the adjacent Yancey firm and reduced the number of townhomes to 99, insisting as a condition by right to build these townhomes in R4 zoning. Another planning board meeting was held in November 2019 to again review the proposed project. With only 7 members present, this vote was 4 yes, 3 no to approve the tract. Was this acquisition to switch the original 119 Weathers acre really within the spirit of Wendell's requirements? After this meeting, I met with Wendell Town senior management the second week of December, and I simply asked one question. Why was the second planning board review in November even necessary when all the developers had really done was become legal to Wendell's 3-mile requirement with the 10 acres from Yancey and reduce the number of townhomes in the R4 zoning? The answer given to me was town council recommended the second planning review since the developer's changes were so significant. And finally, in February, the developer is told that Wake County zoning does not allow townhomes in R4 zoning. Everything stopped. Without belaboring the point, I simply ask, why was it necessary for others to do the developer staff work and determine what the town of Wendell and Wake County requirements stipulate? The way the town of Wendell and neighbors in and around the Roseville Road, we want to see a developer or builder that wants to come to the community with a knowledgeable, complete, and quality plan, instead of giving the impression that with all the time taken and various stuff thrown against the wall, some of it is bound to stick. Wendell can do better and deserves better. I know each of us on this call wants Wendell to be the jewel of East Wake County. I did the first introduction to Shepherd Park in Zebulon work for each of us. I request to use the vote no on all this confusion. A question I have, is there a landscape buffer adjacent to the pipeline along Davistown Road, sharing the backyard of the 29 homes facing Davistown? The current map does not say so. The current map calls a little 10-foot stretch of temporary construction easement. And I've got to believe that the town of Wendell would want a landscape buffer from the Davistown Road to the back of those homes. Thank you for your time and coming to listen to us.
Is that sound problem on our end?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is there something we need to instruct people to do so we can hear? Because I couldn't hear him.
Speak into their phones.
Okay.
And if they're like on a speaker phone and reading away into a sheet of paper, it's going to sound like that.
Okay.
The other applicants and stuff are all calling in on Uber, as well as Commissioner Boyette, so the sound problem was corrected.
So Mr. Braswell, was his different?
I can't speak to his technology.
Okay, I just didn't know why you said that one. Okay. All right, the next is Mr. David Cozart. Is Mr. Cozart with us?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Be sure to speak into your phone. We were having some difficulty previously, so be sure to speak into your phone.
Okay, is mine better or about the same?
I can hear you. It could stand to be a little louder, though. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
So my name is David Cozart. My residence is 6324 Weathers Road, Wendell, of course, and it is directly behind the proposed development. I'd like to take issue with the annexation of this property. In order to comply with the 3-mile statutory annexation requirement, the developer agreed to purchase an additional contiguous parcel of land midway through this process, which does not significantly benefit the development. No houses will be built on this additional property, and there's no compelling business case for the developer because of their addition, except to compel the town to approve this plan. While the plan may comply with the letter of the law, I believe it's far from upholding the law's spirit. The property added to the proposal for the 3-mile statutory requirement and the park is not suitable for building due to the low-lying swampland and a large pond. Is the proposed park area ideal for a park, or is it simply not developable? Or is the developer simply donating the leftover land? Does the town need a park nearly 3 miles away from its contiguous city limits? And will the park be difficult to manage? The Robertson Mill Pond Park is less than 1 mile from the proposed site. Additionally, Wake County is planning to open the Doc Proctor Farm as a park in the very near future, and that's approximately 5 miles from the site. So in total, within 5 miles of the proposed development, there'll be more than 600 acres of parkland. A small portion of the property in the developer's proposal is, in fact, within the 3-mile radius of the town's contiguous city limits. However, the developed property is a 3.5-mile drive. This fact will introduce difficulties in supporting remote residents through fire, ambulance, and police services. The board, as well as current Wendell residents, should be concerned that another remote annexation will weaken existing in-town services. So does the town really need what is being offered? Does the development and the related park do anything to revitalize downtown? Does the offer align with the town and the board's priorities? I recommend that the board vote to deny this request for annexation and focus on development through the Wendell Falls corridor. So in summary, the properties outside of Wendell's ETJ currently. No buildings will be constructed within 3 miles of the contiguous city limits of Wendell. I feel the property is being gerrymandered into the North Carolina statutory requirements for annexation. The driving distance from the town's contiguous city limits to the property is approximately 3.5 miles. Proposed park area is not useful for a park. It's simply not developable. Proposed park will be nearly 3 miles from the town's contiguous city limits and difficult to police. I've submitted a petition to the board through the town clerk containing 312 names and signatures in opposition to this proposed annexation and zoning request. Tonight, I have an additional 64 signatures in hand for a total of 376 names and signatures. I request that the town board honor the voice of the people and vote to deny this annexation request. I believe Wendell can do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Brandon Strickland. Do we have Mr. Strickland?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. Speak directly into your phone.
I'm speaking into it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Brandon Strickland. I live at 4428 Roseville Road in Wendell. My property is almost directly across from the proposed development. I'm a lifelong resident of Wendell. I serve at my church in town. I'm a board member on a nonprofit youth sports team in town, and I support local Wendell business. I love our town, which is why I planted my family here and understand it's an attractive place for folks to want to move. We don't mind a development that fits the character of the area. That's all we've asked for since the beginning is a less dense development. I don't know why the builder won't make any concession on the actual real density of the homes. I guess it doesn't matter why they won't, but it does matter what this board does. The board is responsible for looking out for what's best for the town. The financial impact of the satellite annexation will cost the town money for at least the first 10 years because it's a satellite annexation. The builder talked about the revenue, but I never have seen them lay out the expenses to see if it's really a net positive for the town from a net gain or net loss. The proposed development is as close to the Knightdale food line as it is Wendell, which means unfortunately the town likely won't have their local downtown businesses supported by the people that move to this development, but they will have the cost of maintaining the development. Other developers are waiting to see what the board's going to do on this vote. A vote of no doesn't mean we're not open to business, but rather that we're going to adhere to our written documents and steer development where it should be. A vote of yes may seem that it's a free-for-all, and what can you turn down if this is okay? This doesn't fit the existing town plan, town zoning, county zoning, or the character of the area. It should be an easy no for the board for all those reasons. This development also does not help this board's strategic goal of filling in the gap between Wendell Falls and the town limits. In fact, it's counterproductive as it creates a new gap. One of the things I heard the planning board and some town officials say is we need more houses to get business here. That got me thinking about Wendell Falls, which is 5 to 6 years into building, and over 1,000 homes are now occupied, and all they have to show for it is a gas station. If we vote yes, or if you vote yes, please don't justify it with the fact that this development will bring a steakhouse and shopping to Wendell very soon. This has just over 300 homes compared to over 1,000, and we still don't have a steakhouse or shopping at Wendell Falls. So is this development really going to bring that steakhouse to Wendell, especially if the people are closer to Knightdale? I think the vote is going to be crucial to the future of our town. Are we going to approve anything just for the sake of doing it, or be responsible and thoughtful with our growth? It's my sincere hope that the members of this board will listen to the people. We all want Wendell to grow and be the best town possible, and you all have the power to make that happen. Many of the people speaking tonight are not allowed to vote in the town because we're not in the city limits. So we don't have a vote, but we do have a voice, as the petition shows. We went to all these neighborhoods, we only had one person not sign our petition out of all those houses, 200 plus houses. Since this is in our backyards, we hope that you'll listen to us and vote no to this radical proposal. We will use our voices now and in future elections to support you all who do what is right with this vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Jimmy Parker. Mr. Parker with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, speak directly into your phone for me. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Jimmy Parker, and I live at 6017 Weathers Road with my wife and our family who has farmed this land for over 100 years. We are speaking from the heart. We do not oppose a regular community or a development, but we do oppose somebody coming in to make a quick buck and then getting out of town. So this non-contiguous tract out of the ETJ so far out of Wendell that these folks want to buy land between the Weathers tract and the ETJ, which will require a legal response from the county. It should require a legal response from the county to make the annexation appear proper. The land is mostly wet, damp on a good day, which is why this land was cheap for a reason. I spoke with the guys doing the core sampling, and they told me that it is wet. This was in the middle of dry season when they did take these samples, and he said it was wet at that time. Only half of that land is useful to the developer because of the nature of the water problem. And I really don't remember seeing an environmental impact study. If this is something that you tiptoe around, or you call it that and don't say nothing about it unless somebody brings it up. Still haven't seen anything like that, and I think that's very important. Who's going to monitor these settlement ponds when they fill and overflow, pouring hundreds of thousands of gallons of tainted water into our irrigation ponds? Without this clean water, we will lose our produce crop. And who's going to make up that financial loss? The county won't be able to impress. The county won't be impressed when the Robinson's Mill Pond preserved water is defiled and a fish kill pops up, wildlife starts dying. Why take a chance? This will also affect even growers downstream from this point. There are a few real reasons why this development just doesn't fit the location. When the board realizes the impact of one incident like this, voting no to annex will be their answer. Let's build something the community will support and Wendell can be proud of. And I would like to keep the rest of my time to review what their mouthpiece is going to say at the end.
We don't do that. You have to say everything you want to right now. We don't go back and forth. So go ahead and use your time.
Well, Madam Mayor, why is she able to come back and speak at the end?
She's the legal representative of the applicant. But you still have some time.
Okay.
If there's something else you'd like to say, you have the floor.
It appears that I'm through. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next is Ben Weathers. Is Mr. Weathers with us?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can. Be sure to speak directly into your phone, Mr. Weathers.
All right. How about now?
That's pretty good.
Thank you. Mayor and Commissioners, Ben Weathers, 1625 Davistown Road, Wendell, North Carolina, 2791. Mayor, this is not about money or some slick talking outsiders. This is about our lives and our livelihoods. You see that our neighborhood and a lot of the citizens of Wendell have signed the petitions you have and have voiced their opinion on the project. And this is for you to say no. We are not against development, but give us something that we can be proud of and fits into our community. Last of all, but not least, if you represent the citizens of Wendell and the neighborhoods that support Wendell and the people that support Wendell, rather than a group that wants to come in with an investment and make money and change our life and lifestyle. We appreciate you saying no to this, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next is Greg Jones. Is Mr. Jones with us?
Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me?
I can. Speak directly
Great.
into your
Thank
phone
you.
so we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for hosting this tonight, and thanks to all the commissioners for attending. I am Greg Jones. I reside at 6141 Robertson Pond Road, Wendell, North Carolina. I'm a lifelong citizen of Wake County. I have coached and served many different sports, along with the East Wake Football League in Wendell for many years. I also served as a volunteer, non-paid fireman for the citizens of Wendell for several years, and a Wendell fireman and board member. I currently serve on the State Employees Credit Union Association right here at the edge of town near Sheets. Their voluntary board and growth and annexations of this magnitude deeply concern me. This is not the first time I have spoken before this board and commission. You probably already know and wonder what I'm going to say, so I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm going to make it very clear. I am against this annexation for the following reasons. The proposed planned community, which is requiring this annexation, does not fit the existing area and it will deteriorate the existing quality of life of the existing residents. The proposed satellite annexation will further test and stress the town's resources and will not benefit the current Wendell taxpayers. The town of Wendell should remain focused on the existing growth projects underway and put a strong focus on completing the corridor between Wendell and Wendell Falls. The town of Wendell should remain committed to revitalizing the downtown business district while updating its current infrastructure needs. All of this is clearly defined in the future plans and goals of Wendell. The town of Wendell should not continue voluntary satellite annexations just to gain a small park or disc golf course, simply so an out-of-town and out-of-state developer can gain water and sewer for their development, all while pocketing millions. There is no way that Wendell alone can guarantee the safety of the in-town residents, along with all of the current satellite annexations or this proposed annexation. Since COVID and the death of George Floyd, life in America has changed. And based on everyday occurrences of violence across this nation, safety and well-being of law-abiding citizens should be a top priority for all elected officials. How can the town of Wendell cover all of the current planned development and continue to provide police protection to satellite annexation communities located over 3 miles away from town and in multiple directions and locations? I strongly disagree with the numbers presented by the developers' representatives tonight on the economic impact to the town of Wendell. Houses and houses alone will never provide positive economic impact to a municipality until many years have passed. And as Brandon mentioned earlier, that usually breaks even around 10 years. Please deny this annexation. The town of Wendell is fully aware of my concerns and knows full well that any other type of annexation would never pass as permitted by the League of Municipalities. I thank you for your time, and I ask you to honor and respect those 370-plus signatures of adjoining property owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pat Shillington.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can.
Okay, I'm Pat Shillington, 133 Candlewick Drive, Wendell. I feel that the citizens of Wendell aren't going to benefit from this annexation. And I base it on some facts, and I believe I gave you guys, I don't know if it got distributed, but the policy number 104 by Wendell. And if you look at that, what it kind of says, that first page is, for residential development, you go a negative 54 cents in the hole. And for commercial and industrial, you go 82 cents in the positive. Now, I understand that you got to have residential to develop your commercial. You got to have the traffic and everything. But the problem with that is this area is way too close to Nightdale, and the road infrastructure is a lot easier to get to Nightdale than it is to Wendell. So what you're going to do is cause a cost sink and not get anything out of it as far as commercial development. So I really feel that it's a negative. I take exception to the applicant saying that this is going to be a real good deal for money for the town of Wendell. Now, the Wendell does, one service they do out here is the fire, but it's actually shared by Nightdale too. So it's both. So if you, if you take that land, then that's really you guys responsible for it, not just Nightdale. So, in conclusion, I just don't think it's a economically viable enterprise for Wendell to annex this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jason Ryder. Do we have Mr.
How
Ryder?
you doing? Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Jason Ryder. I live at 2409 Davistown Road. And I'm definitely against the annexation, and I just want to make the board aware that North Carolina General Statute 160A-58.1 reads, the nearest point on the proposed satellite corporate limits must not be more than 3 miles from the primary corporate limits of the annexing city. So with that being said, nowhere in the law does it say that they can combine properties to pull into the 3 miles. Either they are within the 3 miles or they aren't. The only property that complies with this North Carolina law is the Yancey property. They are 4 separate properties. At no point does any of the Weathers properties meet this statute's requirements of 3 miles. Therefore, they don't qualify for Wendell annexation or rezoning. You guys have a tough job on the board, but I'm pretty sure every one of you took an oath to abide by all the laws when you accepted the positions that you have. And we just expect you to uphold the law and vote no to this application for annexation and rezoning of the Weathers properties. And that's all I really needed to make you aware of. I certainly appreciate your time.
Thank you. And the last call-in is Robert Gallagher.
Hi, this is Bob Gallagher. I live at 105 Forest Lane in Wendell, North Carolina. And I come at this situation from a different perspective because I've only lived here about 8 years, and prior to that I lived mainly in Florida, and I've been a mortgage lender and a banker for a number of years. And looking at this project, it does not fit the way we would do banking, even in Florida and in Georgia, in that you're completely changing the way that the present housing is structured in that area. Most of that is 1 to 3 houses per acre at the most, and you're looking at a much higher density. And density will change the character of the property, and I don't think that is what you need to do when we have plenty of other housing stock being developed in Wendell Falls. And that is basically that you're looking to solve a problem that does not exist, and the traffic alone that'll go on that corridor is way too much for the present situation, along with having to run utilities all the way out there and extending our police and fire and all that. So that's as simple as that. It doesn't make sense. Plus, there's a lot of community feeling that this is inappropriate for the area, and I think Wendell needs to continue to do projects that make more sense for the town. And I really like living here, and best of luck to Wendell as we grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have one written comment that's been submitted that the clerk's going to read now from Joseph Coughlin.
The following written public comment was provided by Joseph Coughlin at 136 Winchester Drive, Wendell, North Carolina. It reads, Dear Board of Commissioners, I would like to comment on the public hearing for 5A for non-contiguous annexation petition A1904 and 5B to consider a request by Chris Rukowski of TMTLA Associates to rezone approximately 129.59 acres of property along Roseville Road within the parcels identified by PIN numbers 1765852510, PIN number 1765962276, PIN number 1765856251, and PIN number 1775042139 to an R4 conditional district. I live within 2 miles of the aforementioned property, but outside of Wendell's planning jurisdiction. My address is 136 Winchester Drive in Wendell. I see local opposition to this project, so I have researched the original plans for the property, the Town of Wendell's response to public comments, and the change in plans. It's my opinion that these are good plans, and the Town of Wendell would be wise to agree to the annexation and rezoning for several reasons. First, growth is coming our way, and we should welcome it with strong planning parameters to ensure development is not chaotic. I see the Town of Wendell doing that. Second, the opposition is still hung up on a R7 rezoning, which is not true, and the modified plans show the density to be actually 2.5 dwellings per acre with 39% open space. Also, the plan calls for water and sewage instead of well and septic. And with the addition of a park, the plans are good for the environment and healthy living for the residents. Third, the Town of Wendell desperately needs to increase its tax base. This would help tremendously. Fourth, as a senior and a volunteer at the Eastern Wake Senior Center, increased tax revenues will help fund programs needed for seniors in our community. I trust the board will make the smart decision. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Joseph Coughlin, 136 Winchester Drive, Wendell, North Carolina, 27591.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions from the board? Do any of you have any questions for the applicant now?
Mayor, I have one on the issue of annexation for either Jim or their council.
Okay.
I generally work off the assumption that if it is in front of us, for us to take action on, that it has been through the certification process and that you guys have checked off. That said, when I hear a concern, I like to ask the question. In y'all's opinion, this is properly before?
Yes, that's correct. We've reviewed the legal aspects of it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Lutz here. Mayor Gray, I would like, if we could, since Mr. Braswell, we did not hear him very well,
Yeah.
if we could just possibly have him submit his via email, or I'd still like to see what he had to say. If he had a written copy of it, that'd be nice if we could do that tomorrow at some point.
Megan, is he still on the line?
I know he went through a lot of talking, so.
Yes, he is. Could we get him back on and see if we can maybe tell him to talk into the phone and have him read it again?
Mr. Braswell?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Braswell, this is Jenna Gray. We were unable to hear you, and we were wondering if you would please give us your public comment again.
I would like to, and I apologize, I heard.
Okay, I can't hear you again already. Is your mouth close to your phone?
I am within 3 inches of my phone. Let me take the speaker off.
Yeah.
Just better. Better.
It's a little better.
I'll talk as loud as I can. Is this better?
This is much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Frank Braswell. I live at 4116 Roseville Road in Wendell. The request to annex the Weathers Tract.
Mr. Braswell, we've lost you. You need to keep your mouth right at your phone.
Can you hear me now?
You're in and out. Is it possible for you to submit your comments in writing to us?
Let me go to a different part of my house. Maybe the problem is I'm in a dead spot. Can we give that a try just momentarily? Is this any better?
It's fair. I just can't hear you very well.
I've got the speaker off now. Is this any better? I'm in a different part of my home.
That is better. Yes, sir. That's better.
Thank you. I live at 4116 Roseville Road in Wendell. The request to annex the wetlands tract has been going on for a long time, 16 months to be exact. For the past 4 months, the virus has helped significantly in delaying the process. But other factors include, for example, the original request from the petitioner was for R7 zoning. In less than 4 months, they changed this to an R4 request. During the August 2019 Wendell Planning Board meeting, the Planning Board voted 5 no, 4 yes to annex this property. There was a lot of excitement in Town Hall that evening, since the 5 to 4 no vote would have required the commissioners to have a supermajority to approve the Weathers property annexation. But during this planning board meeting, it was called to the developer's attention that the property likely was not even in the 3-mile limit of Wendell's core town limits. With this setback, by October 18th, the developer had procured 10 acres from the adjacent Yancey farm and reduced the number of townhomes to 99, insisting as a condition by right to build these townhomes on R4 zoning. Another planning board meeting was held in November of 2019 to again review the proposed project. With only 7 members voting this time, the vote was 4 yes and 3 no to approve the project. Was this acquisition to stretch the original 119 Weathers acres really within the spirit of Wendell's requirements? After this meeting in November, I met with Wendell's senior management the second week of December and simply asked the question, why was the second planning board review in November even necessary when all the developer had really done was become legal to Wendell's 3-mile requirement with the 10 acres from Yancey and reduce the number of townhomes still in the R4 zoning? The answer given to me was town council recommended the second planning review since the developer's changes were so significant. And finally, in February, the developer was told that Wake County zoning does not allow townhomes in R4 zoning. Everything stopped. Without belaboring the point, I simply asked, why was it necessary for others to do the developer staff work in determining what the town of Wendell and Wake County requirements stipulate? We, the town of Wendell, and neighborhoods in and around Roseville Road want to see a developer builder that wants to come to our community, but with a knowledgeable, complete, and quality plan, instead of giving the impression that with all the time taken and various stuff thrown against the wall, some of it is bound to stick. Wendell can do better and deserves better. I know each of us on this call wants Wendell to be the jewel of East Wake County. How did that first introduction to Shepherd Park in Zebulon work for each of us? My request to you, vote no on all of this confusion. And finally, the question I have is there a landscape buffer adjacent to the pipeline along Davistown Road, shielding the backyard of 29 homes from Davistown traffic? I don't think there is a landscape buffer. The map I have says there is a temporary construction easement. I just don't know what a temporary construction easement is. I don't know who owns that. DOT, the pipeline, but without a permanent buffer properly done, I don't think this is a complete plan. Thank you for letting me do this again. I apologize. I'll take this crank off this cell phone I have and get a new one. I'll apologize to the commissioners.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions or comments from the board?
I have questions, but I think they're more project related, so I was going to wait till the second
Oh, okay.
piece rather
Yeah,
than
the landscape
annexation.
buffer, yeah, I wrote that down too. All right. Let's move into 5B. Which is a public hearing for a request by Chris Wardkowski of TMTLA Associates to rezone approximately 129.59 acres of property along Rollsville Road within the parcels identified by PIN number 17658525510, PIN number 1765962276, PIN number 1765856251, and PIN number 1775042139 to R4 Conditional District. Mr. Coates.
Mayor, if I could interrupt before you move into the second public hearing, I think the applicant's attorney was trying to.
Okay, I didn't realize.
Trying to
Was
get
she
your.
trying to say something?
Trying to get the board's attention
Okay.
for maybe some final comment.
That's fine, that's perfectly fine.
We don't want anything repetitive.
No, that's okay, and I apologize. We're in unique times and having unique circumstances, but absolutely, you have the floor. What would you like to say?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few points, and I would like to reserve whatever master plan specific comments to the zoning hearing, but I appreciate the staff clarifying that the annexation is properly before the board, and that really is the main decision in this first portion of the meeting. And I think we've made most of those points here tonight. What I would like to point out on the petition, and I think I like to do most of the petition rebuttal in the zoning, because I think we will have a little bit of repetition. But I would like to note that there have been a lot of comments about, turning down residential in this area doesn't mean that we're closed for business, and turning down this annexation for residential shouldn't send a signal to other developers. But in fact, it will. What I heard was we want residential, we just don't want it like this. We want commercial because that will be a better revenue generator for the town, but we can't get commercial because we're too close to Knightdale. And so the net effect of that is a no vote means developers look to this area that's designated for growth on your master plan and on your comp plan, that has the ability to extend services within a mile of a major interchange, and a high school and a Wake Tech campus that is coming along and will need those same services. And they will ask themselves, if the growth can't work here in a density of 2.5 units per acre, then there will never be enough rooftops to attract the type of commercial that these residents want. And there will not be another project that is offering the same amount with the low density that this project is able to accomplish. And so I do think it will send a very strong no to others looking in this area. I'd also like to note that I'm glad someone brought up that many of these folks are outside of the city limits, and they've watched Wendell Falls and how long that process took to attract the commercial. And that doesn't mean that all you're going to get is the commercial that Wendell Falls has been able to attract. It means it takes that long and that many rooftops, as we've seen in the growth in Wake County over the last 10 years, to get commercial tenants to really take a look at your trade market area and to bring the type of investment and the type of services that these residents really want to settle here and instead of Knightdale. So I do believe in order to build that momentum, it is appropriate to annex for these residential purposes, and so that you're able to get the appropriate density and build towards those commercial services that folks want. I'd also like just to note that because we are talking about some of the annexed area and the attenuating park, that your Parks Director did walk through the park area and did not believe it to be swampland or less than ideal to be included. He thought it was an ideal area for a park to be administered by the town, and so I think that's significant. As I mentioned, I'd like to just address the remaining points on the petition and was believe some inaccuracies that were carried through it in my response to the zoning.
Thank you. All right, now let's go back to 5.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The next item is a public hearing for an R4 conditional district request for the properties located at 4501 Rollsville Road, 0 Davistown Road, 1401 Davistown Road, and 6021 Yancey Drive. We're requesting that you hold the public hearing this evening. No decision can be made at this meeting. The item will be back before you for consideration on August 10th to consider adoption of the ordinance to rezone the described area in conformance with the associated master plan. Originally, yes, the applicant did have townhomes and single-family mixed into the project. Through the UDO, the use of townhomes as a use has to be listed either as a special use or permitted use. So the applicant had a couple choices. One, they could continue with an R7, which does allow townhomes. There's another project before you this evening that did move forward with R7. There's also some projects that also decided to go R4 and eliminate townhomes, so this is one of those. The applicants requested to create an R4 conditional district on roughly 129.59 acres. The district would consist of 326 homes associated with open space, amenities, and infrastructure. I'll go over the plans and hopefully answer some of your questions. The applicant's proposed conditional district has single-family homes with an overall density of 2.5 dwelling units per acre. The 2.5 dwelling units per acre does include 10 acres of the 32-acre Yancey property, but the other 22 acres that could eventually be a town park are not included in that calculation. It is key to note that the county's comprehensive plan that's was adopted 10 years ago does show that area could have up to 2.3 units per acre in the county's jurisdiction. So the 2.5 dwelling units per acre is actually kind of a lower reasonable density in a municipal jurisdiction. It's not considered dense for us as a municipality. The remaining 22 acres of the Yancey property would be rezoned agricultural RA at a future meeting if the conditional district's approved. The project is located just northwest of East Wake High School, which has municipal utilities. The applicant has made the following amendments in response to comments received from Planning Board, Town Board, and the broader community. The original total unit count was reduced to 326 from the original 427, and then it was later reduced to 374, and the overall density decreased from 2.88 units to 2.5 units per acre. The developer has changed from Starlight Homes to Ashton Woods. The townhomes were removed from the proposal, and only single-family homes are permitted. The developer is dedicating approximately 22 acres for a future town park. The developer increased the number of conditions from 11 to 24, with only one condition considered a concession, which means they couldn't comply. It doesn't comply with our UDO, and that's for a length of a cul-de-sac, which is quite common with some environmental features. The amenities of this neighborhood include a clubhouse, 6-lane Olympic pool, picnic and grill area, dog park, small playground, a 9-hole disc golf, and then the Yancey property would be offered to the town as a dedicated park. They did in 2019 hold a neighborhood community meeting. The site plan that you see attached. Minimum lot area, 6,000 square feet is what the R4s are allowed to. Their average is around 7,800. The max units, which could be up to 339, and that's in a condition. So when developers go from preliminary approval to construction drawings, there are tweaks possibly to the unit count. So quite a few developers will plat like a 326, but give themselves a wiggle room for a few more or a few less. Traditionally, once they develop the full environmental plans, there are changes to the lot count. It's key to note on this site plan, there are various street yard buffers, to address a few of them right off the bat. Open space, they're required to give us 13 acres. They're actually giving us 50.59. So they're going well and above beyond what our ordinance requires for open space. And that does not include the 22 acres for the park. They're providing 48 spaces, or they're required to provide 48 parking spaces for the amenity centers and the like dog park, things like that. They're actually giving us 67. Along Rollsville Road, they're giving us a 20-foot street yard buffer. Along the Boggs track, which is in the southeast part, they're giving us a 35-foot type B buffer. Along Davistown, there is a 50-foot gas line easement, and they're also giving us a 10-foot street yard easement. So there's a temporary easement in there, and then a 50-foot PSNC energy easement, and then a street yard easement along Davistown. And then, as far as site plan, access will be off Davistown and Rollsville Road. Main entrance is Rollsville Road. They're required through TIA to build half of a 4-lane divided road that abuts all of their frontage. They're providing a right turn lane on Rollsville Road into the development, a right turn lane from Rollsville Road onto Davistown Road. They're making striping improvements to Keith's Road and Business 64, and then a left turn into the development from Rollsville Road as well. Conditional districts provide flexibility from our regulations, kind of like a give and take from the strict application requirements. Currently, the properties, there are some that are zoned R30, some that are R40. It's designated long-range urban service area by Wake County in 2000, and at 2000, that long-range classification said there wouldn't be urban density or municipal expansions within the next 10 years. Well, it's been about 20. And there are utilities much closer, and I think the pressure for development with a highway interchange right there will continue. Some map showing the 4 parcels. I'm going to go over each of their 24 conditions. One of the conditions does represent a concession for the cul-de-sac length. They're asking for a cul-de-sac length longer than we would allow. The remaining 23 conditions are clarifications or represent improvements beyond what our UDO requires. First one is the max number units allowed shall be 339. Right now in their plans they are showing 326. The developer will preserve 50 acres of open space. The development shall exceed all open space requirements of Chapter 7 of the UDO. Developer shall dedicate approximately 32 acres of contiguous land to the town for a future town park prior to the recording of the plat in Phase 1. The dedication brings the total open space and dedicated land to approximately 65 acres. This dedication will include a minimum 2 access points to public streets for that park. They're prohibiting the use of vinyl siding. It is key to note trim elements like windows, eaves, columns could be vinyl, but the siding itself cannot be. All units shall be designed to provide 2 different of the following materials, whether that be cultured stone, brick, board and batten. It gives them some flexibility in what those units look like. Roof eaves shall have a minimum 10-inch overhang. Front-loaded garage doors shall either contain a window or carriage-style adornment. We see that condition quite often when we talk about the architectural design of units. All residential lots shall have a Bermuda sod on the front, the sides, and up to 25 feet beyond the rear line of the primary structure. The neighborhood shall have an HOA that will maintain those dedicated areas of open space. The HOA shall be guided by covenants, conditions, and restrictions document. Architectural guidelines shall be included in the HOA documents that restrict and monitor landscaping, additions, outbuildings, fences, parking, and maintenance. The developer shall complete the amenity area to include a 6-lane junior Olympic pool, pool house, bathrooms, covered seating area, and grilling area before the 75th CO of Phase 1 is issued. And then the developer shall construct central play structure and benches before the 75th CO of Phase 1 as well. The developer shall complete a fenced-in mulch area, benches, water station for the dog park prior to the issuance of the 25th CO of Phase 2. The developer shall complete a gravel walking trail connecting the dog park in Phase 2 to the amenity center in Phase 1, and that has to be done before the 25th CO of Phase 2. The developer shall construct approximately 200-yard by 30-yard common green area to include a seating, gazebo, walkway, and plantings in the median area of Avenue I prior to the issuance of the 25th CO of Phase 3. And then the developer shall construct the northeast open space area prior to the 25th CO of Phase 3. And that the developer shall construct the perimeter buffer along the southern property boundary between Rollsville Road and Shady View Drive. The developer shall construct a 40-foot wide Type B perimeter buffer along the project boundary bordering the properties. There's a few houses right on Rollsville Road that the property surrounds, so they've offered a 40-foot wide Type B buffer. Also, the developer shall construct a 6-foot privacy fence along the back of the project lots bordering those same homes. And that the developer shall provide an easement along the rear property line of lots and shall be planted a Type B buffer with trees and shrubs per 100 feet. Developer shall pay a fee in lieu for half of the improvements to Weathers Road for the rural road cross-section as described in the master plan. There shall be one cul-de-sac length greater than 300 but not longer than 425. The developer shall complete Rollsville Road improvements for half of the ultimate 110-foot cross-section prior to the first CO for the project. So that means those road work projects will be completed before people start living in those homes. A bond will also be required for things before the final plat as well. The applicant's required to provide 9.76 acres of passive open space and 3.25 acres of park space, with roughly an acre of that needs to be fully active. The applicant's providing well above the total amount of open space. They're providing 50.59 acres of open space. It's being provided within the conditional boundary and roughly 20 more acres within the remainder of the Yancey property offered to the town, as well as much more improved open space than is required. The applicant's providing 2.5 acres of fully active open space, comprised of the pool, clubhouse, playground, 9-hole disc golf, approximately 5 acres of open space as well, protects some riparian buffers. Off-street parking is required for active open space areas. The applicant's showing a total of 71 spaces that'll serve the pool, the dog park, disc golf, things like that. Public utilities, development of the site will require extension of utilities from the high school. East Wake High School site has municipal water and sewer. The town's arterial and collector street plan calls for widening improvements to Rollsville Road, which is a 4-lane divided in the future, and Davistown Road, which is a 2-lane undivided. The applicant is showing additional right-of-way dedication for Weathers Road per a Campo plan, but plans on requesting the town board to pay a fee in lieu of building that portion as that road kind of dead ends and will not connect to things. The applicant's typical street sections are included in the plan. These sections include an urban street with a center one-way street section. Both of these sections are not typical, but would be specific to this project. The applicant's also showing a different alley cross-section. TIA was done and accepted by NCDOT. Kind of went over some of those earlier, but it's a right turn lane on Rollsville Road into the development, a right turn lane on Rollsville Road onto Davistown, striping that will be done at the Keith Road in Business 64 between Wendell and Knightdale, the left turn lane into the development from Rollsville Road. Landscaping, the landscaping shall meet the requirements set forth in the UDO. The applicant has included 4 conditions, conditions 18 through 21, which go above and beyond our landscaping requirements. The applicant will have 3 phases. The amenities are really heavy in phases 1 and 2, and they need to be completed before certain COs that we went over. Wendell Comprehensive Plan defines the subject properties as being complete within the S3 restricted growth. The comprehensive plan states that although not a formal open space sector, this S3 is intended for limited development under tightly controlled conditions. This sector is generally classified that are lands that are not approximate to thoroughfares, that are not projected to be in high growth areas, and limited access to transportation. So when I read that section, I actually think these properties are opposite of pretty much everything in that sector. It really shows that we do need to update a comprehensive plan. I mean, these properties have access to Rollsville Road and an interchange off a 6-lane interstate less than a mile away. The comp plan is what it is. It does say that limited residential development in a closely confined, limited impact area. The applicant is providing a lot of open space that's not required. We do, in that comprehensive plan sector, do allow single-family residential development. We would allow limited convenience retail uses, civic uses, such as parks, schools, religious and government uses, and some industrial. So it's not like it wouldn't allow certain development types. It is key to note that the county's comprehensive plan does, at the intersection of Business 64 and Rollsville Road, show a regional activity center, which is, for the county, activity centers are a mix of uses, commercial, residential, kind of where you focus growth. It also shows at Davistown and Rollsville Road a neighborhood convenience activity center, which is where things like a Walgreens could go or some other commercial. So the county's plan does not keep this area exactly rural as I think some would like. So there's some options for the property, whether it's in our jurisdiction or the county's. Framework plan. TRC has completed the review of the applicant's master plan, and the applicant has made corrections based on their comments. Additional review would occur for construction drawings if you all were to approve this development plan. Planning Board at their May 18th, 2020 meeting did vote in favor 6-3. The item has been before them a few times, so their vote was 6-3 in favor. Staff feels it is consistent, reasonable when it comes to our comprehensive plan, as its proximity to I-87 Rollsville Road, and it does provide some optional housing in a setting that has a lot of open space. Staff recommends approval of the Weathers Property Master Plan. The applicants included numerous conditions improving buffers, open space, public parkland, and architectural standards. In exchange, they're seeking one concession related to the cul-de-sac length. The proposed lot size, yes, is smaller than surrounding properties, which are served by well and septic, but overall project density is 2.5 dwelling units per acre, which is less than what would be allowed in a normal R4 zoning district. This site is located less than a mile from an interstate, major thoroughfare, existing high school, future Wake Tech, and municipal water and sewer. And I can take any questions that you have on the project.
Any questions from Mr. Coates from the board?
Commissioner Boyette?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Coates. I have a question about condition number 9. It says the neighborhood shall be governed by a homeowners association that shall maintain all open space that has been dedicated to the HOA. My question, which relates back to some comments that were made governing water runoff and catchment basins for rainwater runoff. Is the HOA in that or anywhere in this document or anywhere in these conditions, is the HOA responsible for the ongoing maintenance and upkeep of the catchment basins? And if the catchment basins were to either fill with sediment or fail completely, would the HOA be responsible financially for those repairs, or would the town be responsible for those repairs?
Traditionally, if they were, the streets were to become town streets, and we would eventually maintain the stormwater ponds as well after they're inspected before we take them over. So just like roads, we do a thorough inspection before they become town responsibility. We also have a guarantee that they're functioning properly and maintained before we take them over. So they could be ours. I don't believe most of the newer ones we are getting as town stormwater ponds. Like with Wendell Falls, we get the streets and stormwater ponds eventually.
And can you speak to how often the town has to perform maintenance on stormwater retention ponds around town? Are you aware?
I'm not aware. I could check with Public Works and see what their schedule is, because I'm not aware.
Okay, I'll take that answer in an email at a later time. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Any other questions from the board?
One, Madam Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, I've heard the explanation, or the description of the turn lanes, as well as the fee in lieu of, and I'm not used to always seeing both. So I wanted to clarify that, so there's a fee in lieu of piece for half of the improvement that would, for the improvement running along that road frontage that will become a 4-lane, but the dedicated right turn lane off of Rollsville into the project, the one then onto Davistown, essentially creates a 3-lane road on one side. You're adding the turn lanes. Can you describe the turn lanes and where they are?
Yes, so the turn lanes are Rollsville Road into the main entrance into the development. There'll be a right turn lane. Right turn lane is on Rollsville Road onto Davistown, and then there will be a left turn lane into the development on Rollsville Road. They're asking for the fee in lieu for Weathers Road at the northern end, which doesn't, it just reaches a few homes. It's a dirt road now, and so to bring that up to that future street standard is a lot of work, and it would only be half, so you'd have half dirt road, half paved with curb and gutter. So they would request fee in lieu for that portion.
Got a question? Yeah. You talked a little bit about Davistown, the 50-foot gas utility easement, and then you mentioned I think what you call a street yard easement, 10-foot. Can you explain that a little bit? Is that part of what is clarified in number 21?
Give me one moment to get to the map. So in the full set of plans, MP page 3 shows the temporary construction easement of 25 feet, shows the full easement of 50 feet for PSNC Energy, and then there is a 10-foot street yard landscaping between the backyards and those easements before you hit, before you hit Davistown. So there's 85 feet before you hit backyards, roughly.
Okay. Just for clarification, because I think the question has come up, what does that buffer look like on those backyards? So.
And the 10-foot street yard, give me one second. So the 10-foot street yard, we require at least a minimum of 10. In some areas, they are providing the 20. In this area, it's a 10, and there is trees labeled canopy trees, 4 understory trees, and 8 shrubs per 100 linear feet. And so it varies based on the width for those buffers. Give me one second. So it says trees will be evenly distributed along street frontage, but they're not required to be at absolute equal intervals. This will allow for some flexibility. No more than 20% of the street yard may be used for walkways or signs, and all trees shall be no closer than 4 feet from public right-of-way. And so it lays out some requirements for those trees based on the type of trees and location.
You good? Good, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, let's open the public hearing and hear from the applicant.
Be me again.
Yes, ma'am.
Jamie Schrader. It's Parker Poe, and I'm going to try to share my screen here, so bear with me. Okay, can you all see our the PowerPoint?
Yes.
We can, yes.
Thank you. Our development team, again, is excited to be here tonight to present this exciting project. Again, I will reserve my time to address questions and things after the presentation, and the entire team is available to answer those questions as well. But I'm here on behalf of the applicant tonight to explain the Overlook, a dynamic project that fulfills the vision of your comprehensive plan and adds high-quality single-family homes, needed transportation improvements, and a significant tax base to a growing part of Wendell. After coming before you in February, we removed the townhomes from the master plan, and the developer became Ashton Woods. Our team has worked extensively for over a year, as you've heard tonight, to add significant conditions and make meaningful changes to the master plan based on community feedback. And we are excited to move forward tonight. Brian has done a great job explaining the overall proposal, and so I'll try to hit the highlights here tonight. This rezoning of 129 acres off of Roseville Road, north of the 64 and 87 interchange area, is shown in yellow on slide 2. We're requesting the change from County R40 to Wendell R4CD, and to the southeast of the property is where we are also dedicating the 32 acres for the future town park that was referenced in the earlier public hearing. That area is blown up and shown on the right of your screen, and which I mentioned your Parks Director has been expressing excitement over this incredible opportunity that avoids the town having to purchase additional parkland and potentially qualifies the town for a grant and really expanding the recreational capabilities of the town residents. I think it's noteworthy that the gentleman that mentioned the abundance of parkland in the area has become such an important asset of both existing residents and future residents of the town during the quarantine.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Manager Collins. The board is not seeing the slide advancement on your presentation. If you can check which screen that you're sharing, and
sure,
so that we can verify that the slide. We're seeing a partial screen with the it kind of in being able to edit view, not a presentation view.
Okay. Let's see.
And if need be, we can bring up the slideshow here, and present it from our side, and just direct staff when to advance the slide.
Okay. To try that, I just came out of, I'm on slide 3. Can you see slide 3 there?
Yes.
Okay. Should we proceed in this mode, or do you prefer to run the?
Your preference. I would proceed.
Okay. Okay. Can you still see slide 3?
We see application history.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Slide 3 shows an overview of the case history. The case was filed over a year ago, and this shows the substantial changes and appearances for the various boards to adjust to the community input and the multiple reviews that we've had with the staff. As you know, the board tabled the decision in discussion of townhomes being included in the request. And so now, what changes have we made since that February 10th appearance before the board? Slide 4 shows the significant changes that we've made. Did the slide advance?
No.
Oh. All right. I'm just going to go into this mode if that's all right. Can you see slide 4 now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I apologize for the difficulties. I think we're all trying to do the best we can. So the changes since the February Board of Commissioners hearing, of course, we moved the townhomes from the master plan. We also went back through and had additional feedback through the review process. As Brian noted, there was an extensive amount of discussion on this item back in May before the Planning Board. And although I know we all would have preferred to present in person, I note that we had a very robust discussion over 2 hours. And I commend the staff for finding ways to make the virtual meetings work, going above and beyond what both the legislature required and the UNC School of Government to provide a virtual setting that allowed a very thorough discussion. After that thorough discussion and our planning board presentation, the board, of course, voted 6-3 to recommend approval of the application with the revised master plan. The second major change was the change from Starlight Homes to Ashton Woods, which essentially changed the product that we were envisioning here from a starter home or kit into a home that a second or third time home buyer might envision. Buyers with more sophisticated choices that want to be able to pick out textural details and elements as the project is being built instead of a home that was already built. So I'll say the increase to this option for buyers to be able to have a unique kind of custom element in their home, and the change to Ashton Woods is a positive one for the town. This is, of course, on top of all the other conditions and changes to the master plan that Brian detailed based on community input, and that will be limited to the single-family homes. So there's no longer any potential consistency issues and the confusion with the R4 base district, which was also a major complaint from neighbors. At the May Planning Board, we also heard concerns going forward with residential projects in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, including that future home sales may decline if we slip into a recession like we did in 2008. But the actual home sales and metrics behind this pandemic are much different than 2008. While the virus is certainly impacting the economy generally, and in a particularly negative way for service and hospitality industries, it's having the opposite effect on the home buying industry in the Raleigh area, which in June saw a 44% increase in home sales since June of last year. The Triangle area experienced a 26% increase over last year, both of which are higher than the national average of 18%, according to a study by Myers Research. And at the time we reported the Planning Board, there was an 8,500 unit shortage of homes in the area. What this means is North Carolina and areas like this that have close access to interfares and interchanges and are poised for growth continue to be attractive places for people to come to North Carolina to live and work and enjoy the outdoors in a safe environment. This slide shows the revised master plan where we replaced the townhomes with the single-family homes. Slide 5, and shown on the blue area of your screen is where the townhomes were in the prior plan and are now replaced by single-family homes. The green areas, or light green in the areas, show the open space and buffers around the entire plan, including the 2 football field lanes, linear park in the center, and area dedicated for the future. During the course of the rezoning, we added numerous conditions to address neighbor concerns, mainly house property. This is significant because we heard there were no concessions, and that simply just doesn't support when you look at the facts. The main change is that based on the concern of the townhomes, we limited the request to single-family homes only. In response to concerns about density, we reduced the total units from 427 to 339. Lowers the density from 3.5 units to 2.5 units per acre. Now, I know there's been discussion about the density calculation for the staff, the UDO. We must apply the same calculation equally to this project as we do to other projects in town. The screening, as Brian did a great job of noting the buffers that were included there. And I'd just like to add that the 10-foot landscape easement along the boundary of lots on Davistown Road to be planted as a Type B buffer answers the question of the gentleman, Mr. Bradswell. We've also included the architectural conditions, including a prohibition on, earlier by Brian, and we have mandatory HOA governance with restrictive covenants. And the significance of that is that this will be a system sort of like the declaration in Wendell Falls, where there will be active maintenance and obligations by these future residents to maintain quality. In addition, we'll dedicate the 32-acre park to benefit the nearby neighbors and the town generally. This, of course, is in addition to all the open space already offered with the plan, and with the matching grant available to the town, we estimate this to be approximately a $1 million benefit that taxpayers would otherwise have to spend. Slide 7 shows that with these changes, the case was recommended for approval by the town planning staff and planning board because it's consistent with the town's framework plan designation, meets the purposes of the conditional district, and the master plan is designed to minimize impact and benefits the community. Slide 8 is noted by the staff report. The request is consistent with the S3 restricted growth sector designation. The single-family use and the 32-acre park are consistent with appropriate uses for the growth sector, and it's also consistent with the intent for the S3 district, which is for limited development under tightly controlled conditions. We've limited the zoning to 2.5 units per acre density, which is less than what the R4 allows. Based on that 6,000 square foot lot minimum that the district generally allows, the district would otherwise allow up to 7 units per acre, and we are restricting ourselves down to 2.5. Our lot size average is about 8,000 square feet, so again, above the minimum that's required for this area, and brings us in line more with the Wendell Falls community. We're offering 24 total conditions, and 17 of those exceed the UDO requirements. The result is a high-quality, HOA-controlled neighborhood to maintain quality over time, like Wendell Falls. Slide 9 shows the consistency with the surrounding area. We heard several comments tonight that this just isn't consistent with the rural area, but your town plans note that the factors support a growth pattern other than rural here. The amended request is more intense than rural because that's the designation that's been planned over time. The town's S3 designation was adopted in 2007, indicating it was appropriate for land not projected to be high growth due to limited access at that time. But since then, growth and transportation facilities have located closer to the area, making this portion of Wendell ideal for continued growth, and the town is currently in process of amending that designation to reflect this growth trend. Today, some 13 years after that designation, the property shown on your screen with the star and overlook is less than 1 mile from the 8764 interchange, the future Wake Tech campus, and a regional activity center. It's also near an existing high school with access to water and sewer. This request is also consistent with the county long-range urban services land use classification, as Brian noted, given in the early 2000s for land expected and intended to be urbanized with extension of municipal services. That designation in 2000 intended for that urbanization to occur within 10 years, which is now nearly 10 years ago. So this area has long been primed for the density and development that we're offering here. These factors support a growth pattern other than rural and show consistency of the request with changes in the area over time, supported by residents and leaders that have come before us. There were comments by the citizens concerning the change to community and rural nature, but this is simply consistent with the town's plan as it builds the growth that the town and county expected in this very location. It's also consistent with the town's UDO purpose and the standards of the conditional district, such as efficient land use and improved amenities. And as shown on slide 11, some of those amenities include the dog park, walking trails, and connections to the amenity center that Brian mentioned. I won't go over those now, but they're substantial and highlight the amount of open space and amenities that future residents will be able to enjoy. We're also providing a junior Olympic pool and pool house, covered seating area, and grilling area. These programmed amenities are in addition to the amenities of natural open space and the future town park. Slide 12 highlights the conditions reducing the impact on adjacent properties, including unit reduction of almost 90 units, increased buffers, and increased lot sizes that we've made over time in direct response to citizens' concerns. All of this results in efficient use of land. We're providing housing to serve this growing community near transportation and with the density appropriate for this increase in demand, but still providing lot sizes and significant open space that make this area appropriate, make this proposal appropriate for the area. Slide 13, we also heard at Planning Board that comments by citizens concerning increased traffic and infrastructure sufficiency. However, the project further benefits the community by extending utilities and completing the Roseville Road improvements for one half of the ultimate cross-section per your arterial and collective street plan, and the fee in lieu for Weathers Road improvements, which Brian already covered. These transportation upgrades will offset costs current residents would otherwise have to pay for over time. What I mean by that is that due to reductions in budgets for NCDOT over time, there's shrinking funds to make these improvements, if not made by private developers. And traffic in the area would continue to go in the direction that it's going today without these investments in infrastructure. If this project is denied, the town must either wait for DOT funding or pass a bond to raise taxes to its existing residents to finance the same improvements that we're offering to make on our dime here tonight. It is simply in the public interest to have this project complete those improvements instead. And slide 14, finally, the request protects existing and future developments by donating a major benefit to the community, the 32 acres dedication for the town park, which the town has matching incentives. This means that, again, town funds, tax dollars, would otherwise have to be used to acquire such a park, and we're getting that all here. In sum, this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and UDO requirements and responds to neighbor requests and feedback received over this more than year-long process. As recognized with the Planning Board's recommendation for approval in November 2009 and again in May 2020, it meets the town's intent for this type of zoning and the growth slated for this location. Given that the removal of the townhomes only brings the zoning closer in compliance with these factors, we request your approval of this application tonight. I'd like to commend the town and staff again for facilitating this, and we're happy to move forward given the opportunity to speak. And while we appreciate the citizens' concern for change has been slated in this area for close to 20 years. The surge in demand for homes gives Wendell the chance to have its taxpayers' needs met by the transportation and infrastructure commitments made by this project, and the revenue generated by the new taxpayers who will eventually live here. The overlook gives the town the opportunity to move forward boldly while doing what is in the residents' best interest today and in the years to come in the future. I'd like to briefly stop sharing my screen and just make the notes, make the points I was trying to make on the rebuttal for the petition that was raised, as I believe there was some confusion there. The petition that was referred to, can you all still hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The petition that was referred to in the comments of the annexation, I think, blended some of the concerns or the comments about the annexation with this rezoning request itself. And I want to clear up some of that misunderstanding at the top of the petition. Now, it's not listed in your packet, but we understand it was shared with the commissioners in advance of this hearing. The first item focuses on a parent company. We heard some comments about the out-of-town developer. But what this does is ignore the economic benefits that I covered in the annexation hearing and here tonight, and the local jobs that will be projected in the backyard of these Wendell residents. As I mentioned, we've had a local contractor and building supply company in Wendell reach out to learn whether there's an opportunity for them to gain work here in their backyard over the next 5 years that would take for this project to be built out. The next point in the petition raises a concern about upstream with Robertson Mill Pond preserved, just noting that we are including 32 acres of park. We've moved the homes towards Roseville Road and away from Weathers Road. We've reduced the density, all to reduce impact on the preserve and other areas like it. So a significant amount of space for an area designed for such growth. The next point raises an issue about the revenue that's needed for fire and emergency services in an area close to where they're already serving. And I think there was a point raised about the fear that might be in our society today and whether services are available. And I'd encourage you all to focus on the facts. focus on the revenue that this project will generate, the services that are already being provided in an area very close by, and that the extension of these services will not harm or take away from existing residents, and instead will add a new stream of revenue to provide additional services both to this community but to the town in general. There's been concerns noted in the petition about traffic. And at full build out, only 50% of the capacity of the road will be used with our traffic improvements in place. That's significant because what it said, instead of the increase of a 98% traffic that is feared, the facts remain that with these improvements, the capacity of the road will only be taken to half. And so we're still dealing with a situation where traffic will be significantly improved with our improvements, improvements that might not happen if this project is not made because we are funding those improvements, not the town. Finally, I've covered what density is what's called for in this area, and I think it's significant because the petition notes that this request seeks up to 7 units per acre. I hope it's clear by now we are not seeking 7 units per acre. We're seeking a density of 2.5 units per acre based on how your UDO calculates that density. And this is significant because the statements at the top of these petitions that these folks sign are inaccurate. And it really undermines what these folks signed on to, and undercuts the impact of their signatures. Because I believe that they're still opposing a project that they believe to be on the table that is not on the table. They're not looking at the actual conditions we've offered and the significant changes we've made over time. And so I'd urge you to look at the facts and look at the actual offers that we're making here tonight, the significant concessions that we've made throughout the project, and to do what's in the best interest of Wendell residents today and in the future. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and our team is available to answer any questions, but we're also happy to reserve our time toward the end if you prefer to hear questions during rebuttal. Thank you.
Does anyone from the board have a question for the applicant at this time?
I do have a clarification on Commissioner Boyette's question.
Okay.
I did communicate with Public Works Director Brian Bray. Normally, the first year or two, it's once a year the stormwater ponds are inspected, but it could be up to 4 times a year after that time.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to clarify, we are willing to entertain that in our HOA covenants. It is typical for the HOA covenants to deal with stormwater pond maintenance and inspection throughout time. So if that's a concern, that's something that we could include in our tightly controlled declaration.
Let's move to our citizen public comments. We have 12 folks signed up to call in, and the first is Frank Braswell.
I was under the impression that our previous comments affected both subjects, 5A and 5B.
You're welcome to give your comments again. The first public hearing was for the annexation. This one is for the rezoning.
Mayor, if the comments are the same, they can be duplicated in the record.
Okay.
And applied without being repeated.
That's fine. If you would like, they can be duplicated in the record if your comments are the same.
My comments would be the same. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
My comments would be the same with one additive. What I was trying to emphasize in my initial conversation, there have been lots of trial and errors as we've gone through this process. I thought it was April of 2019. And it seems like when someone raised an issue, the issue was discussed. I'm not familiar with construction and town management. In my corporate life, where I worked for a corporation for 35 years, most of us took a significant pride that when we were assigned to do some staff work, we understood the environment we were working in. We got very accustomed to it. And when we made a presentation or wanted to sell something, we were experts on that topic. In this case, we wouldn't have relied on the town to be experts to know what was or was not allowed on R4. We certainly wouldn't have made a proposal to build on 129 acres, knowing that Wendell's requirement was you had to be within the 3-mile limit. And it was discussed by a homeowner in a subdivision a half-mile away who said they're not within the Wendell standards. So my concern is one of quality. Once we're told about our mistakes, we can all change. My expectation is not to meet minimum requirements. When I do business in my personal life, I've run a S corporation for the last 22 years. If all I wanted to do was meet minimum requirements, I would have shut it down 20 years ago. I personally don't have a good feeling that the expertise and the commitment from this petitioner was there from the very beginning. And I'm disappointed in that because I would have thought in an effort to join Wendell, there would have been a larger effort, and I think it's been less than desirable, and I'm disappointed in that. So with that comment, thank you very much, Ms. Mayor, for letting me emphasize that.
Thank you. Next, David Cozart.
Mayor Gray, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Well, thank you. I'd like to just comment on the attorney's take on the petition. I would say that all 376 people who signed that petition clearly understand what they signed and what we're up against. We've been studying this proposal for over a year now, and everyone, I'm sure, who signed that would agree that they understand exactly what's happening here. I'd like to respectfully disagree with the take on the zoning. Zoning is a device of land use planning designed to structure and organize permitted uses in the town, protect and advocate for the health, safety, and overall welfare of the general public. Zoning districts are mapped out to guide development to ensure that adjacent zones do not present a nuisance to one another. This R4 conditional district proposed for this project presents a conflict and a nuisance to adjacent owners due to the inconsistency of the R4 conditional district with surrounding areas and their related zoning. The town's UDO provides for conditional districts, which is the method that we're using here for this project, for the orderly and flexible development under the general policies of the town's ordinance within the constraints of some of the prescribed standards guiding by right development. This proposal is not an orderly and rational deviation from the ordinance, as all the property being considered in this matter is currently outside of the Wendell ETJ and under Wake County's R40 zoning, and current residents could hardly have anticipated that they'd be subjected to a nearby annexation and a resulting high-density development. The level of density would adversely affect our property values, our way of life, and our quiet enjoyment of our property in this rural landscape. It's a radical departure from the surrounding area, and that benefits the developer directly. We believe that the rural residents, the folks who are not in the city limits, do not have a sufficient representation in this process. It may meet the requirements, but it's not sufficient. Further, the property's proximity to the East Wake High School and the highway have been provided as explanations for the appropriateness of this R4 conditional district. This is not a rational argument for such a significant deviation from the town's plan, because the school and the highway were certainly in place when the UDO was written. As a matter of fact, the access to the highway was probably better at that time, since Roseville Road had direct access to both directions of the 4-lane road. The property is clearly identified as adjacent to the preserved open space sector and the reserve open space sector in the town's comprehensive plan. The plan identifies this area as suitable for low-density development. With the addition of the Yancey property to the development proposal, this project is within 50 yards of the Robertson Mill Pond Preserve. And clearly, a density of 6 to 7 houses per buildable acre deviates from the plan, and it's not appropriate for this site. I believe that calculating the density based on the 129 acres is deceptive, and we clearly understand that. In summary, the proposed R4 conditional district is not consistent with the town's own UDO. The proposed area is adjacent to the preserved open sector, which is the Robertson Mill Pond Preserve, and it's preserved in the Wendell Comprehensive Plan. The area is clearly not considered for high-density development. Density of 1/4 to 1/2 acre lots would be appropriate for the area and would blend with the surrounding neighborhoods. So we believe the proposed zoning is too radical for the surrounding areas and provides no transition between rural and urban as called for in the town's plan and the rural-urban transect that guides the plan. Again, our petition opposing the rezoning and related annexation has 376 signatures, and I request that the town board honor the voice of these people who clearly understand this project and deny this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Strickland?
Yes, Mayor and Town Board, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you. Brandon Strickland, 4428 Roseville Road in Wendell. I'd like to disagree with the rebuttal that the applicant has given. The town declining this request will not send the wrong signal, but will send a clear signal to developers that they need to build in areas that the town has zoned for this growth. There's plenty of existing land for sale on Wendell Falls Parkway, which will fulfill the town goals of connecting the town and that existing satellite instead of creating another one. The developer's trying to intimidate the town, but the town can be selective because they have plenty of projects in front of them, many of which have already been approved that will increase revenue. Besides the existing signature, we have a bunch of people on Facebook that, as you'll watch tonight, are in disagreement of the town annexing this. The 2.5 per acre is not correct. The real density is more 6 houses per acre. They keep using that math to make it sound better, but it's 6,000 square foot lots. You put 6,000 square foot lots together on an acre, you can fit up to 6 houses per acre. So that's the true density where houses are being built. The town board should stand up for the citizens in the written town plan by denying this request, which creates a new gap. Mr. Coates stated that the town plan is obsolete, but it's not his job or place to say what the town plan should be. That was voted on and put in place by the residents, and it can and will be changed soon, but it's up to the people to decide what the town plan says, not his opinion. The reason why the developer is so set on this land is because it's cheap land, because the utilities and infrastructure are not in place. The reason they have more open space is because the wetlands, as shown on the map, if you look at it, the open space in the middle of the property is stated wetland. So that's why the open space, they're trying to make it sound like it's a concession, but it's a necessity, not a concession. They're not giving up anything. The town employees, such as Marc and the town planner, clearly support this project because they seem to support all of the growth in town. More growth or revenue means more employees, more budget, and possibly more pay. Sometimes the town board has to make the tough decisions on telling the town employees no, and it seems like we as the citizens are fighting not only the developer on this, but also existing town staff, which puts us in a disadvantaged position, just like we don't get the rebuttal at the end puts us in a disadvantage. I also wouldn't trust the legal advice that Mr. Joyner asked about earlier, when they've clearly been wrong up to twice, once on the 3-mile rule and once on the R4 conditional. We've been right twice, they've been wrong twice, so I wouldn't really trust their legal advice. Let's see. We hope that the developer gets declined tonight and still decide to build, because we would be fine with a nice development under Ashton Woods as long as the density is more appropriate, such as 2 homes per real acre. The developer said they made a concession in removing the townhomes, but they had to remove them because it wasn't legal under the density. They would have done them and kept them in there as long as they could until they were told it wasn't legal to do so. They talk about the grant is free money for the town, but it's not. A grant is not free money. It's paid for by us as Wake County taxpayers. Nothing's free. We'll pay for it with our county property taxes. It went up again this year, so nothing's free. Don't let the grant. They're sticking out there as a carrot, but we're paying for it. We drive up and down this road every day, and we see nothing that matches Wendell Falls out here. All these developments are less dense. The UDO states that most of the density should be in the center of the town, not 3 miles away on the edge like this one is. It also says adjacent zones shouldn't be a nuisance to one another, and I think this density of housing with people hunting, target practicing, farming, and having horses will become a nuisance to one another. The small amount of money toward the road does not fix the traffic issue. DOT will fund this road improvement once the traffic count is sufficient. The developer is not putting up enough money to really improve Roseville Road, and the town won't have to pay for it because DOT will pay for it. If the town doesn't annex this property, they have no right to do anything to this road. It'll be up to the county. The developer likely keeps talking about revenue, but I'm in banking. We talk about profit. What is it to the bottom line? As Mr. Collins has said before, growth doesn't come without cost. So I hope that the town will look at the net number, not just the big number up top, because that's not all going to go to the bottom line. And these people signed this petition. They live out here. They see the traffic. And the lady who's going to rebut this does not live out here and does not drive it every day. They know what they signed up for, and it's disrespectful to state otherwise. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, maybe recognize for a comment or a point of order.
Yeah.
Just a point of order. In our normal process, we don't allow the public to address staff by name.
Yeah.
I'm certainly understanding of everyone's concerns, but I'd appreciate, and to be completely frank with everyone, I understand the process concerns that you're raising, but I'd also, in not addressing staff, I'd love for you to address what could or could not be done in the project that we can change, just for future reference.
Next, Amy Nuttall.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And good evening, Commissioners. My name is Amy Weathers Nuttall, and I reside at 4501 Roseville Road, Wendell, North Carolina. And I'm speaking to you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your patience, and can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you for your patience and your time tonight. And I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my sister Eve Weathers Herring, and you'll hear from my husband John a little bit later. But we're the landowners for the proposed development on Roseville Road and Davistown Road. And Ashton Woods wasn't the first developer that came to us, but we liked what we saw, and we continue to like what we see. We're proud of what Ashton Woods has proposed. And I remind you, as many people have, that since the first meeting with the town of Wendell, Ashton Woods has listened carefully to the feedback from neighboring residents, those are my neighbors out here, Wendell citizens, and the town boards. Yes, they've gone back to the drawing board 8 times. Some people say that as if it's a problem. That's a good thing, isn't it? Because this builder is committed to create a community in keeping with Wendell's vision, the vision that Wendell initiated. And they have gotten in line with all the recommendations requested by the town of Wendell, and even gone above those. So I ask the board respectfully, if Wendell rejects this project, will developers such as Ashton Woods be turned away? Are they going to look toward neighboring towns? When will Wendell, if Wendell will ever have an opportunity for voluntary annexation of over 100 acres, when will that possibility present itself again? And yes, there's lots of benefits. There's the park. That's going to be enjoyed by everyone, just not by the neighborhood here. What I'd like to remind the commissioners is Ashton Woods has checked all of the boxes. They've come back again and again. They are committed to a quality product and bringing it to Wendell. They could have walked at any time. They could have left the contract and gone somewhere else. But they went back and made the changes at considerable cost to them because they believed in the quality neighborhood that they wanted to bring. Even after the start of the pandemic, Ashton Woods did not leave, but they stayed committed to this project because home buying is still going strong. And yes, we have a pandemic, and yes, there's violence and there's unrest, but what this market shows us is that people are buying homes in rural areas faster and harder than ever. I'd like to quote Gay Orr. She's president of the Raleigh-Wake Home Builders Association, and she's president of Caldwell Banker Advantage New Homes in Raleigh. And Ms. Orr tells us, prior to the pandemic, we were seeing over 60 people per day moving into Wake County. She continues, we expect those numbers to increase as we are already seeing people wanting to escape large metropolitan areas, looking for smaller towns and neighborhoods with homes, with yards, so children can play outside. She continues, we have seen a surge in sales through this pandemic. Our problem is inventory. Builders in our area are not only short on inventory, but also on lot availability. Freddie Mac reports that mortgage rates are the lowest they've been in 50 years. People are buying homes and they're moving out into these areas. And these residents will be citizens, active citizens of Wendell, just like my parents and myself. I was raised at 4508 Roseville Road. We did our shopping in Wendell. I went to school in Wendell, health care, eye care, dental care, all of that, pet care. So they will be active citizens of Wendell. And I can agree that change for some people is not comfortable. Lots of people have their piece of the pie. Don't come and intrude, don't get in my pie, and they don't want others. But if the not in my backyard mentality prevailed in the 1970s, people argued Candlewick shouldn't have been here because they didn't want it in their backyard. The high school was not welcomed with open arms. It was Baden Whitley. It sits on some land, some Weathers land. That was not looked favorably upon because they didn't want young, inexperienced drivers racing up and down the road. But what a great attribute that high school is and what an asset it's been. So I would ask that those most vocal who are not Wendell residents, who don't live in the city limits, not be allowed to drive what is best for Wendell and to steer the board. What I say is that we should listen to people like Zebulon Mayer, who tells us, Bob Matheny, Eastern Wake County is the next frontier and growth is inevitable. And he continues, Mayor Matheny, towns that don't grow their tax base will have to cut services or raise taxes in order to keep up with the growing cost and demand. We've heard people tonight say, well, we hope Ashton Woods stays around and builds. What builders are going to come if this is continued on like this and the cries of the few in the neighboring lands are allowed to direct Wendell's growth, Wendell's economic prosperity? You have that in your
Ma'am, you're over your time limit. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm going to have to stop you there.
Okay, thank you so much. We ask that you do vote positive on all of these issues. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience and your time.
Next is Jimmy Parker.
Okay, Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Hello?
Jim, you're unmuted.
Can you unmute me?
Yes.
Are we good?
I can hear you.
Okay. Madam Mayor, council, staff, I'd just like to say it's a shame that our community has had to continue to argue the points that should have disqualified this project from the beginning. One thing that is blatantly out front is the way they want to count the rooftops and divide it by just the buildable acres. When I spoke to Wake County Planning Department, they told me it was illegal not to use the whole plot of land divided by the number of houses. That's why you can say 2.4, 2.8, and we say 6.3. It doesn't matter how you slice it. It's too many homes for this amount of property. All we want you to do is just take some of them out. It just doesn't fit the feel of the rural area. Now, when these people move to this project, they don't know Wendell. They don't trade in Wendell. They're headed to Nightdale because it's the first thing they see when they come this way. They've got the restaurants, they've got the shopping centers, that type of thing. The open space that they so proudly talk about is only there because it's wetland. And if it wasn't wetland, they'd be putting rooftops on it. One other thing I would like to make clear is the storm water devices. Now, according to the North Carolina Storm Water Act, these devices have to be checked every month, and they also have to be checked anytime there's 2 inches of rain or more. So that's going to be a job for somebody right there that's going to cost above and beyond. I hear them talk about the 64 highway and Roseville Road. How are people going to get down there? There's no public transportation from here to there. There's no sidewalks where people can safely walk. So, you know, that sounds all well and good when you're trying to sell something and you're paid to put on the good face, and this lady's doing a heck of a job, I can tell you that. But the property is still out of Wendell, and that's why the UDO shouldn't affect this property right here, because it wasn't in the 3-mile range to start with. This lady doesn't live here, so she can make it sound like peaches and cream. You know, there's no other way that, you know, we could accept anything this dense. A 1/4 acre to a 1/2 acre, you know, we can live with that. But we'd ask you not to approve this R4, which is proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob Gallagher?
Mr. Gallagher's phone number is no longer on the call.
Okay. John Nuttall? I think I'm saying that right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is John Nuttall, and I live at 4501 Rollsville Road, along with my wife, Amy Weathers Nuttall. I am one of the property owners of the properties under consideration under 5A and 5B for the annexing and rezoning by the town of Wendell. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this issue. I've been reading all the agendas, the minutes, and the comments from all the hearings that began about 14 months ago, as well as many hundreds of comments on social media. And to date, I have refrained from commenting, but I do feel now that it's important and appropriate for me to do so. First of all, I wish to express my sincere thanks to the mayor and all the commissioners. I had intended to address you by name and recognize you, but I understand I'm not allowed to do that, so we'll just move on. I do appreciate and respect the decorum, the professionalism, the thoroughness, and the inclusiveness that you all have shown these many months. I applaud your resourcefulness and willingness to adapt to the challenges brought on by COVID-19 while you continue to advance the goals and business of Wendell forward to the future. I would also like to thank the Planning Board, Mr. Kotzacker and his staff, as well as Chairman Swaim and the other members of the Planning Board. I know from the meeting agendas and minutes, as well as feedback received from Ashton Woods, that the planning board has been professional and instructive. Complex projects like these require many meetings and hearings. There are always revisions, adjustments, improvements, and clarifications. Projects rarely hit a home run the first time at bat. The planning board is also to be commended for their patience and understanding. And I'm especially thankful to the board for their May 18th vote that passed the project with a 6-3 supermajority. I would like to comment next on Ashton Woods. How am I doing? Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, great. But before I make those comments, I feel that I should share some of my background, experience, and expertise. I grew up in a family of home builders. My father, grandfather, and great-grandfather before me were all contractors. In my father's company, I worked my way up from digging ditches and pounding nails to, at the young age of 22, became the production manager for a 400-unit development of single-family homes. Over the years, I built everything from modest starter homes to waterfront mega mansions. With well over 1,000 homes of worth of experience has shaped my perspective. So I mean it when I tell you that Ashton Woods are excellent people. They are dedicated, driven, professional, respectful, and creative. Those are some of the words I use to describe Ashton Woods. Right from the start, this was obvious to us. They came with a plan and had done their homework. Our negotiations were courteous and professional, and I knew from that experience that this would be the way they treat their home buyers in the community of Wendell. The Overlook, the project which Ashton Woods has created, is a low-density, environmentally responsible community that completely aligns with Wendell's Economic Development Board plans. Ashton Woods is creating a neighborhood that will form a tight-knit sense of community. It will be a community of happy new Wendell citizens. It will be exactly what the economic plan calls for, and I quote, "It will be full of young professionals, families, and retirees looking for a place to call home with proximity to everything the region offers. And possibly best of all, these new high-quality homes will be affordable, which is a very commendable thing to do." Thank you for your time, and I request that you please approve these measures. And if I have any time left, I do have an answer to Mayor Pro Tem's question about sediment.
You have some time, so you can speak however you'd like.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, I first started walking this property in 1985 with my late father-in-law, Billy Weathers, and I've learned a lot about this place in these 34 years. The issue of sediment is actually more of a concern now with the farmland from the Weathers Farm and the Cozart Farm and the Parker Farm that abut Robertson Pond. There's more runoff, solids runoff from farmland than there's going to be from the development. 50% of this development, 50 acres of this development is going to be pervious soils, all right, green. The rest of the runoff that does occur, and the reason that the homes are clustered together like this is to create less runoff, fewer roads, fewer roofs, you know, less impervious soil.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you.
All right, well, other people got to speak twice.
I let
so
you.
Can I have 10 seconds? And my wife got cut off.
Your time's up. I'm sorry. Your time's up. Thank you.
All right, okay. Thank you, though.
Ben Weathers, yes.
May I make a suggestion, just in going with kind of what Commissioner Lutz did earlier with or Mr. Braswell? If we could have the last lady that spoke, that ran out of time, just tuck her at the end, since we've also lost Mr. Gallagher in the queue, to allow them to continue to speak. Certainly not.
So I went back and got Mr. Braswell because he had signed up to speak, but our
Everyone
rules of
signed up to speak on both matters, 5A and 5B. These two folks only signed up to speak on the latter of the two, which is why I thought that we just extend that same courtesy we extended to Mr. Braswell, but it's completely up to you. I just thought I'd suggest it.
our rules of procedure allow 5 minutes, so let's talk and make sure that it's okay to do that. If you'll let me finish my sentence, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. So what do you think about Mr. Attorney? I don't know about allowing more time to Mr. Nuttall and Ms. Nuttall.
I think it's really in the mayor's discretion at this point. To allow a little bit of time to close out would not be out of order.
Okay, well, maybe we'll come back to them at the very end. But I do, just so you understand, if we don't stop people at 5 minutes, you risk somebody getting 5 minutes and 30 seconds and someone else getting 5 minutes and 45 seconds. And it's very difficult to get people to stop, and the best thing to do is stop them at 5. And so typically that's what I have done.
I completely understand.
Because that's what our rules of procedure say.
Yeah, I was just making a suggestion since we had already made an exception to the rule.
Well, we didn't really make an exception. We went back and let him have his
It's
opportunity,
absolutely
so
fine.
we couldn't
I'm not
hear it.
in any way trying to make
Okay,
it more difficult.
is Mr. Ben Weathers with us?
Yes, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Keep your phone close to your mouth, okay?
All right, Mayor and Commissioners, this is Ben Weathers, 1625 Davistown Road, Wendell, of course. I am directly across from this project. My father was Billy Weathers. He was a farmer his whole life. He worked the farm, loved the farm, and if this was taking place when he was alive, it would never take place. What it is, if you look back at my previous comment, is follow the money. It's all about the money. It's nothing about community. It's nothing about your neighbors. It's nothing about the people that live here, thrive here, and support Wendell. So if you get down to the bottom line, it's about the money. It's nothing about what we want in the community, your neighbors and friends and the people of Wendell. So again, I urge you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you again.
Thank you. Greg Jones? Is Greg on the call?
I'm looking.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Good evening again, Mayor and fellow commissioners. It's me again, Greg Jones. I reside at 6141 Robertson Pond Road, Wendell, North Carolina. Well, as my dad used to say back in the farming days when I was still a young boy on the farm, we're getting into short rows now. And this, to me, is just another example of the cart being ahead of the horse. This annexation and rezoning process should have been basically two totally separate meetings, two separate purposes, two separate public hearings, and I personally think the annexation should have come first. And the reason I say that is because if the annexation was first, it would have never passed. And now that we got a zoning proposal, not even knowing if the annexation is going to pass, that is not fair to the citizens in their comment section. And just to make a little point of clarity, the staff does not live here. And it really bothers me that the state of North Carolina allows developers to simply enter into contracts with landowners and sellers based on a contingency that they can petition a municipality for rezoning and volunteer annexation and approval without actually spending or purchasing any real property. I could fully understand if the actual property owners petitioned the town for annexation and zoning changes, and once approved, could then sell their property for greater profits. However, this developer has took advantage of the situation at hand and has even tried to combine multiple parcels without buying 1 teaspoonful of dirt. I admit this is a great business model. And to sweeten the pot, the developer, if he can convince the town staff members, along with a couple of elected officials, that the deal must move forward, the sky is the limit. The facts presented by the developer's legal counsel are very misleading. considering new building permit requests are down 14% in Wake County, along with real estate sales down 12%, not to mention the over $29 million in sales tax shortfall of revenue alone. Not to mention as well that the developer has not even sold all of their homes in the Zebulon development as of today. Their council keeps promoting the need, when local news reported today that nearly 40% of homeowners and renters are not able to pay their mortgages or rent without government assistance. And if it has taken 20 years on a 10-year plan here in Wake County to get this so-called growth need in this area, does that imply that this development could take 10 years instead of 5 years to benefit the current citizens of Wendell? In regards to traffic, the so-called available 50% reserves for traffic plan, it will be filled immediately by the over 3,000 new homes and townhomes already approved and underway by the town of Roseville. The affected property owners surrounding this proposed development have clearly and peacefully presented fact upon fact that this development does not fit their existing community or their way of life, and it does not align with Wendell's growth plans. The COVID crisis and related economic impacts have clearly demonstrated that high-density housing is not the best way of land use moving forward. High-density neighborhoods can quickly become a burden to a local municipality or county. These types of developments can quickly affect the safety of current in-town citizens and residents by requiring additional resources such as fire and police. If the builders and developers always win and get their way, it ultimately proves that the land and local governing bodies could care less about the existing citizens and are far more aligned with the mighty dollar. May I remind the town board members to represent the existing residents and adjoining property owners as if they elected you and not those who may be on the way. If the current property owners' voices are not heard and honored, then there's really no need for government or governmental processes.
You're out of time.
Thank you for your time. You're welcome.
The next is Angela Hawes.
The number provided by Angela is not currently on the over conference call.
Okay, if it comes back on, let me know. Pat Shillington.
Pat, you've been unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to clarify what I said earlier. I think I might have been misunderstood. I'm not against residential development, nor am I pro-commercial development. All I was trying to say was, according to Wendell policy number 104, and I assume these numbers are correct, it's this policy with effective date is May 2018. But what it says is for every tax dollar you bring in, you're going to spend $1.54.
No, I was done. She muted me.
I'm listening to you. Oh, hello?
We're here.
Hello?
We hear you.
Oh, okay. So it's you're spending basically 54 cents more. For commercial, for every dollar you bring in, you actually make some money. Basically, 82 cents. So what I was trying to say is I think you're so far out from Wendell that this is really not something that's economical for Wendell right now. And you know, living here, I don't go, I go to the dentist in Wendell, but that's about it. If I want to go, I work in Raleigh. Most people work in Raleigh, and that's pretty obvious when you get on the roads at rush hour and when you try to come back. And people will go to 540 or they'll go to the Eastway Expressway. And they go to Nightdale because it's a lot easier to go to Nightdale than Wendell on the roads. So I think it's not an economical proposition for Wendell right now. Other than that, I wanted to make two conditions as well. There's 3 ponds downstream or downslope of the development. 2 of them, it's heavily developed, and I think there ought to be a condition there that the flow rate into those ponds pre and post development should be the same for the 100-year reign of it, because that's what a dam is. Outlet structures are designed for, is the 100-year rain event. The other is, I think there ought to be a left turn on Davidson Road. And the reason for that is you're going to see traffic back up on that when you want to turn left. And you're going downhill, your stopping distance is a lot longer because you're going downhill. And you need to have something where there's a left turn lane there. The only consistency I see in where the turning lanes are at is they're always adjacent to where the property that's being developed butts the DOT right of way. I think from a logical standpoint, you need a left turn at Davidson Town Road as well. That's all I have.
Thank you. Jason Ryder?
Yeah, hello?
I hear you.
Okay, thanks for hearing me once again. I'll try to be as brief as I can. I'm going to sort of go back to something that I have said all along, is that I don't know how the properties qualify because 3 of the 4 are not within the 3 miles. I would agree with the lady, let's do focus on the facts and the law. So I would like you to ask your council to show you where it says that the properties can be combined to meet this 3-mile requirement. The rest of it, sort of bear with me because I've been taking notes on this Part B. You know, I've heard 2.5 units per acre, but like Brandon said, that would be great if it was spread out over the entire property, but it's going to be more like 6 or 7 units per acre the way it works out. I also heard that they are saying local businesses want to get in on the building product. I know pretty much from being in business myself that they're going to go with the cheapest building supplier wherever that may be, no matter if it's local or trucking material in from far, far away if it saves them money, because it is about saving money. Also, speaking of the landowners, I don't think that they actually live here anymore. They may have lived here at one time, but they're long gone. And if this plan was so great and committed to quality, then why didn't the builders bring this plan first? They brought how many other plans? I pretty lost count. I heard one lady talk about how big the yards are going to be for kids to play in, but at 6.5 or so, give or take, units per acre, how big a yard are they actually going to have to play in? I don't think that's going to be very big. I think I understand also that the landowner didn't want people that did not live in the town of Wendell to have a voice in this. I think I understand that's what she wanted. I don't understand how that is, because we're gonna be the people living right beside them, not the people in Wendell. Just because we don't live in Wendell, she's asking that we don't have a say-so in what goes on in our community. And that's pretty much all I got to say. Everybody else has covered, most of it, and I want to thank the mayor for stopping everyone at their 5 minutes. That's what it's there for. So I appreciate y'all's time, and have a good evening.
All right, thank you. We have 3 written comments that have been submitted. I'll get the clerk to read those now.
The following public comment for item 5B was provided by Dave and Teresa Harper, 5920 Shady View Drive, Wendell, North Carolina, 27591. It reads, Dear Council, my name is Dave Harper and I live at 5920 Shady View Drive. I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed rezoning of the Weathers property at the corner of Rollsville Road and Davistown Road. While the local community may be unable to prevent development, that in itself will be detrimental to the area. Nearly all residents in the area are completely opposed to the addition of the 324 single-family homes that will cause traffic and safety problems, create even more problems with schools that are already over capacity, and potentially lower the property values of the existing community. The local neighborhood traffic will disproportionately surge during morning and evening rush hours, causing traffic issues during critical times for the existing neighborhoods. In general, the area traffic is continuing to increase, and heavy traffic is already common at times on Rollsville Road. On a more personal note, we bought this property because of the secluded nature of the neighborhood, and Shady View Drive is a dead-end street with no through traffic that services less than 20 homes. If this passes and we get 324 new neighbors, most homes have at least 2 cars this day and time. That is a lot of traffic. It is my understanding you plan to cut our road through and using our neighborhood as one of the 3 egress and ingress points for 324 to 600 plus cars. So now this impacts our way of life. We left Raleigh 12 months ago to get away from that. More traffic equals more litter and more crime. It looks like most of these 324 homes will be on about 0.16 acres and on slabs. Property values are likely to go down in the area if they are built. These size dwellings are inconsistent with the houses and neighborhoods developed in the area. I was also disappointed that I think this has been going on for about a year, and this is the only notice I have received other than the no R7 signs everywhere. I urge you to disapprove the proposed zoning, and from recent meetings and discussions with my neighbors, I know my opinions are shared by many. Thank you for your continued service and support of our communities. Best regards, Dave and Teresa Harper. The second written public comment was provided by Joseph Coughlin, 136 Winchester Drive, Wendell, North Carolina, 27591. It reads, Dear Board of Commissioners, I would like to comment on the public hearing for 5A for non-contiguous annexation petition A1904 and 5B to consider a request by Chris Rakowski of TMTLA Associates to rezone approximately 129.59 acres of property along Rollsville Road within the parcels identified by PIN number 1765852510, PIN number 176596226, PIN number 1765856251, and PIN number 1775042139 to an R4 conditional district. I live within 2 miles of the aforementioned property, but outside of Wendell's planning jurisdiction. My address is 136 Winchester Drive in Wendell. I see local opposition to this project, so I have researched the original plans for the property, the town of Wendell's response to public comments, and the change in plans. It's my opinion that these are good plans, and the town of Wendell would be wise to agree to the annexation and rezoning for several reasons. First, growth is coming our way and we should welcome it with strong planning parameters to ensure development is not chaotic. I see the town of Wendell doing that. Second, the opposition is still hung up on a R7 rezoning, which is not true, and the modified plans show the density to actually be 2.5 dwelling units per acre with 39% open space. Also, the plan calls for water and sewage instead of well and septic, and with the addition of a park, the plans are good for the environment and healthy living for the residents. Third, the town of Wendell desperately needs to increase its tax base. This would help tremendously. Fourth, as a senior and a volunteer at the Eastern Wake Senior Center, increased tax revenues will help fund programs needed for seniors in our community. I trust the board will make the smart decision. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Joseph Coughlin, 136 Winchester Drive, Wendell, North Carolina, 27591. The third and final written public comment provided for item 5B was submitted by Stan Yancey at 3632 Willow Bluff Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27609, CD 019-03. It reads, July 23rd, 2020, regarding public hearing notice of 129.59 acres of property along Rollsville Road. Dear Wendell Board of Commissioners, I am one of the property owners within the 129.59 acres. I grew up on the land and I lived there until leaving for college. Wendell was a wonderful place to grow up. My wife and I fully support the rezoning. We both know how precious owning a home can be. My work as a chaplain at a nonprofit that provides food and medical care for the poor has caused me to be all the more aware of how fortunate my wife and I have been all our lives to live in homes owned by our parents and then ourselves. We attended the meeting where a presentation about the development was given and many community persons voiced their opposition. It is my personal opinion that many reasons given were a cover for the actual concern, that of smaller homes being built and thus not increasing the value of existing homes as much as if a development the size of Wendell Falls was built. Smaller homes outside of Raleigh in the proposed development might afford some families the opportunity to have a home of their own. Yes, the homes may be smaller, but everyone cannot afford large homes. The Yancey Drive property, named after my parents, I believe, would be a wonderful spot for a small park. The pond and trees could offer a place to enjoy nature. Community members voiced concerns that persons would, quote, drown and do drugs at the park. Having lived in Raleigh for nearly 30 years, I don't recall drownings occurring at the parks I have enjoyed, such as Shelley Lake and Lake Johnson. As far as drugs, it is a sad part of our country and every community that persons are drawn to drugs for various reasons. I worked in the addiction field for 10 years as a chaplain and administrator. I doubt a small park as part of the proposed development is going to be a hotbed for illegal drug activity. I believe the park would be a place the persons in the development could be proud of, a place to walk with their kids and dogs and maybe fish in the pond. One last point, and I am aware this might be unpleasant to consider. I would guess with smaller homes, populations that struggle more to own homes, one that did not grow up with the advantages my wife and I might purchase the homes. Persons of color would benefit from the opportunity to purchase homes this size. Are community members concerned about this? The faith that is important to me calls me to reach out to those that are different or left out at times. I hope the rezoning occurs and folks that can afford the homes come to love calling Wendell home. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my comments. Regards, Stan Yancey and Elaine Rolick. And that is the end of the written public comment period for 5B.
Okay. Are the Nuttalls still on call?
Mr. John Nuttall is still on the call.
Okay. Unmuted.
Mr. John?
Nuttall? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Mis-
ma'am.
You've been unmuted.
Thank you very much. I'll just complete my closing there.
Okay.
I apologize. We weren't aware, we were told that we couldn't call in for both A and B. We had to pick one or the other. So I apologize for the misunderstanding. I could have split this into two talks. But anyway, to answer the question that Mayor Pro Tem Boya posed about the sediment and the runoff and stuff like that, the runoffs after this development is in, or even under construction, is all going to be clear runoff. There's not going to be a bunch of sediment like there is in farming. That's the only point that I was trying to make. And I hope that is a benefit to Mayor Pro Tem. And I do thank you all for the opportunity, on behalf of my wife and I both, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And please vote. Please consider a positive vote on this wonderful project. Thank you very much. Good night, all.
Thank you. Is Ms. Angela Haas on the call? She wasn't earlier.
Mayor, can I take this pause to make a quick comment?
Let's see if she's on the call first.
The phone number she provided is not on the call.
Okay. Go.
Yeah, I just want to add, while we're discussing this item, as a reminder, there is a 24-hour period following this meeting for public comment. So if you feel like you have something new, or if you have something additional, obviously, to add, you can do so 24 hours from now. So just keep that in mind as well. We want you to be heard.
All right, are there any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, I have a couple questions, actually, and then we're going to get a break, because I've got people asking for a break. But I think we can get to a stopping point in just a second. I heard someone mention something about matching funds from the town of Wendell regarding the park. Can you talk about that? Or grant funds or something like that?
I'll refer to the town manager, because I'm not.
Okay.
Town Manager Marc Collins. The person was referring to Parks and Recreation Trust Fund that Jeff Pulaski, our Parks and Recreation Director, presented to the board in an earlier version, that the property, in consultation with Recreation Resource Services, would be an eligible match for a grant. And so that value of the property could be used as a match. That was what was referred. That isn't state tax money or county tax money for that particular grant. That's collected, I believe, through a deed stamp or some other form of taxation on transfer of property. Thank you.
And then I have a question about, one of the gentlemen mentioned Shady View Drive as a point of ingress and egress, and I don't have my magnifying glass. Is that the case?
It is. It's at the southern end, near kind of where the proposed future park would be. So it's extending Shady View, because Shady View goes back to the Yancey property. So there is an entrance there in the...
Not to the park, to the development?
Both.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions from anyone from the board? Okay.
There, I think the applicant is.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I'll come into her next. Let's hear from the applicant real quickly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I know we've been at this a while. Just several points to clarify. The gentleman asked me to clarify the annexation statute. It does say the closest point of the proposed satellite corporate limits must be no more than 3 miles, so it does not require each parcel to be with that, just the outer edge of the proposed satellite corporate limit. There's another comment about annexation, putting the cart before the horse, and that the annexation and zoning should be separate, and the annexation coming first. That's exactly what we're doing here tonight with 2 public hearings on the 2 separate items. That's how your town processes these applications, and it's how they're processed throughout North Carolina. So we're doing the process that you all have approved, and you're doing it correctly. The density, I just want to point out there, I know we've talked a lot about that, but the gentleman referred to county zoning, and what would be permitted or illegal. We're calculating it per the Wendell UDO, which is what we're required to do. We're required to put the same rules on this development as every other development you look at, and to look at density the same way you look at it for every other property owner that's coming in for rezoning. That's what the Constitution requires. It requires you to treat applicants similarly, and that's what the standards that you're required to follow tonight. He referred to the county zoning, but we're actually requesting to be annexed into Wendell, so it's the Wendell UDO that controls. I'd also note that the gentleman referred to, we don't want high density, we want a quarter acre or half acre lots. Well, that's 2 to 4 units per acre, which is what we're proposing, 2.5 units per acre. So we are not by any stretch a high density qualification. And it's simply not radical to approve density in an area that's close to an interchange and in accordance with growth the county anticipated here. It'd be radical not to follow your long-term plans that have proposed density in this area and service to be extended. We heard concern about that people will go to Nightdale for the commercial, but I pose, how will that ever change if we don't approve enough rooftops to attract the commercial here that you need? You're kind of setting yourself up for that commercial to continue to pass the town of Wendell by. Stormwater devices do have to be checked, and I note that your UDO section 6.507 requires the developer to maintain the BMPs, the stormwater ponds. That's something that's standard in our declarations. It's standard throughout North Carolina. What the developer will do is they will maintain the ponds until the HOA is set up and the property is turned over to the HOA. Then the HOA will maintain the ponds through a system of assessments that they'll charge these future residents, and the future residents will bear the responsibility for making sure that those facilities meet state code and meet the town's code. I just wanted to clarify that. There was a comment that the traffic will be immediately filled by Rollsville. I made the comment there was only half capacity once our development is completed. The TIA is required to take into account approved developments that are already approved and on the books elsewhere. So those will already be included in background traffic. So the 55% number that I gave you of the resulting capacity of the road is the full build-out condition, including all of those other approved developments. So it will not be close to the capacity that is feared. It will also not be close to the capacity that's required for DOT to commit the funds to build these types of improvements. DOT budget has been slashed due to the freezing of the budget in the North Carolina General Assembly. This improvement is not on the 10-year STIP that we're aware of, and so there are no funds allocated here, and there will not be funds allocated for this area until the traffic reaches a level that generates the concern that DOT will reallocate the money from somewhere else. And I pose to you that that's not in the near term. We heard that the project is, simply, quote, not about your neighbors. But the zoning decision before you tonight does not call for you to follow the exclusive desires of what the adjacent property owners want. It calls for a broader look at the town vision and to the property rights of these individual property owners who have the right to use their property as they see fit. I don't live here. I grew up in a small rural farming area, but I'm no stranger to change. It's hard. And what I saw there is the same as we see here and all across North Carolina. Folks leaving rural areas for jobs and services that refuse to be able to locate in small towns, and they want to cling to their way of life, and that way of life has suffered. But the growing towns in North Carolina have struggled with these decisions, and you're called on tonight to make that hard decision here. It's human to yearn for things to remain the same or to want growth, but to also want to be able to dictate it in a way that serves one's own vision. This board is called to look at the bigger vision of all Wendell residents and the residents today and in the future. And maybe I am making the overlook sound like peaches and cream, but I challenge you to find another developer that would provide 24 conditions and revisit plans 8 times over the course of a year to appease neighbors. This isn't something dragging out because the developer wants it to. They're making concessions. They're trying to get through the process and be respectful as teams. And we understand that there's fear and discomfort in change. But the commissioner's job is to make decisions for the bigger picture. and for existing residents as well as the future residents. And I remind you that not all of the property owners are existing residents that have a right to do with their property. God forbid something would happen to the neighbors that are complaining here and find themselves in the same position. They want to retire, they want to move on from farming, and their own neighbors prevent them from the free and unfettered use of their land that our North Carolina Constitution guarantees them. We appreciate the residents commenting here tonight, but we urge the commission to look into the facts, not fear, and approve the annexation and rezoning here tonight. I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Are there any additional questions? The applicant?
I have one, Madam Mayor. Jimmy, can you talk about the, I understand the switch from Starlight over. Can you talk about the way the home selling process would look to the customer? What is the person that's coming to Wendell and would be looking at this product? Can you talk about what process they go through and what the end product ideally is? I know we've thrown around Wendell Falls, we've thrown around others. I see the conditions on siding, but and I'm not sure what the most representative ballpark of a price, just, can you paint that picture for me a little bit better?
Sure. I think the easiest way the best way to paint the picture is to look at the experience of that home buyer in selecting the product. When Starlight was envisioned as the product, we were envisioning homes that were already built as spec homes. The engineer might choose the features, the facets, less architectural detail, less choice from the home buyer. With Ashton Wood, it's a completely different home buying experience, and generally speaking, the homeowners are then more sophisticated and expect to be able to choose architectural details, finishes, the look of the exterior, and the interior of their home. And so they're commonly more, this is not their first home. This is not a home that they are just beginning to invest in. They are, repeat purchasers and are looking for kind of the next step up. In terms of the price points, I'm going to have to check one thing before I get back to you, but I think given what I've just explained about the architectural details and not being what we normally refer to as spec home, the price points are generally higher with the Ashton Woods product than they would be with the Starlight.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I have a question.
Sure.
Commissioner Deloach?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you went through.
No, go ahead.
Just one more.
No, you're good.
Ms. Wendell, have you all through this process been approached for a buffer, or staff may be aware, have you all been approached for a buffer by a citizen? I see a variety of small buffers as conditions. Have there been any that have been denied for any reason? I haven't heard that, but I wanted to ask the question.
No, there have not. We have been approached and asked for additional buffers or increased buffers, and we've added those through the process. And I think Brian listed those in his presentation, but there's at least 4 or 5 groupings of those that have been included in your final packet here today.
Thank you. That was it.
That was actually, this is Commissioner Deloach. You faded out slightly initially in your initial comments about the buffers with regards to the adjoining property owners. So that was really my question, just how you've met those requests, expectations, or maybe exceeded them. So I think maybe you spoke to that.
Yeah, I did. We have a 35, excuse me.
That's okay, go ahead.
We had a 35-foot type B buffer along the boundary of Roseville Road and Shady View, a 40-foot type B buffer along the boundary with K&J Construction, Oliver Winslow and Efren Castro properties, 6-foot privacy fence along the boundary of Oliver Winslow and Efren Castro, and a 10-foot landscape easement along the boundary of lots on Davistown Road, planted as a type B buffer. And so all of those were part of this iterative process and discussions with the team and landowners.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, before we move to 5C, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess.
Mayor, before you,
Okay, go ahead.
before you do,
is the board inclined to close out these public hearings, but subject to the 24-hour comment period, or,
I thought that was understood.
well, I would suggest you make it clear.
Okay, so the public hearing is closed, subject to the 24-hour comment period.
Thank you.
Y'all know y'all change that rule on me every meeting. Say it, don't say it. Say
Wait
it.
till next time, we change
Okay,
it.
well, we'll change it again, okay. All right. So the public hearing both are closed, subject to the receipt for 24 hours of comments. If anyone has any comments they'd like to make.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. And now we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We're ready to go. Okay. All right. Item 5C is a public hearing to consider a request by Brian Duncan of the Spalding Group, PA, to rezone approximately 68.55 acres of property along Old Zebulon Road within the parcels identified by PIN number 1794157657, 1794056758, 1794256786. Gosh, there's a lot. 1794161410, 1794052762, 1794066233 to an R7 conditional district.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. The next item before you for public hearing is an R7 conditional district for properties located at 815 Old Zebulon Road. No decision will be made this evening. This item will be back before you for consideration on August 10th to consider adopting the ordinance to rezone the described area with the associated master plan. As you mentioned, Mayor, the applicant is Brian Duncan. He's with the Spalding Group. The applicant's requested to create an R7 conditional district to create a mix of both single-family and townhome units on those parcels that are mentioned. The applicant's R7 conditional district will feature 174 single-family homes and 146 townhomes. The applicant's proposing the R7 to be consistent with general principles in the comp plan that provide for a range of housing opportunities. The applicant also references the town's framework plan that identifies the areas located in S4 where both single-family and multifamily development are considered appropriate. Amenities, the neighborhood is rich with amenities especially because of its location close to the core of town. The amenities include a pool, cabana, beach volleyball court, a tot lot, a dog park, all in the central location in Phase 1A, and then there's a playground located in Phase 1B. Those amenities are located in the first two phases. 1A includes some single-family and townhomes, and 1B includes some single-family homes. So there's different products going on in the different phase of the neighborhood. The applicant's required to give us roughly about 10 acres of open space. They're giving us about 19.87, so a little double what we would require. They are proposing that the amenities and open space be maintained by the HOA, and the applicant's also provided some additional buffers based on neighbor feedback for the project. Site plan for the project, roughly 320 units on 68.55 acres, so that density is about 4.67, so a little more dense than the last public hearing that you had. The eastern property boundary, there is a type B 30-foot buffer, so it's an extra 10 feet in a fence, and that was, the applicant worked with neighboring properties to do that additional buffer and fence. They have also, there's a 20-foot buffer along the northern property between the existing single family on Old Zebulon Road. They also did add the 20-foot buffer, but also a 6-foot wooden privacy fence along the whole line of that as well. They are providing 45 parking spaces at the pool and cabana. They're also they've added 44 parking spaces for the townhome section for guests and extra parking. And they also added some 10 spots at the playground, which is in the far western side of the single-family homes. As conditional districts provide some flexibility, they are asking for a cul-de-sac length that's just longer than we normally would allow. And so that's a condition where they're asking, and then they're giving us some architectural features, amenities, and some other things I'll go over here in just a moment. Neighboring properties, some of them are within our zoning currently. There's a mix of R3 nearby. There's also some RA zoning, as some of them are still in our ETJ. Site map. So the subdivision will have 3 entrances off Old Zebulon Road. One will use an existing parcel that cuts through the neighborhood there on Old Zebulon. The other 2 entrances they are not proposing to use because there's some steep property inclines and it's just not suitable for a driveway entrance. The other 2 entrances are off Old Zebulon on the properties here. The far right entrance will line up with a future road that would run north and west of here and eventually connect to Marshburn Road. Conditions, the applicant's providing 13 conditions. UDO, they're asking for multifamily townhome dwellings that'll be permitted and will not exceed 45% of the total units. Also that those townhomes be front-loaded. There were some images in your packet, so there's two different size townhomes with garages in the front, and a product that's about 24 feet wide and then an 18-foot wide, so different products than we have currently in our jurisdiction. They are asking for a maximum block length to exceed the 800 on Street C. They added a condition on the home appearance, so no single-family home can be constructed with the same exterior elevation or across the street from using that same pattern to kind of break up the units. Garage doors shall contain windows or carriage adornments. They prohibit the use of vinyl except in the trim of the dwelling units. Minimum lot size for single family shall be a minimum 4,600. Front-loaded single-family lots shall have a minimum allowed width of 40 feet. Adjacent to all existing single-family lots is a 6-foot tall wooden privacy fence will be installed at the developer's expense. The fence will be maintained by the homeowners association. And also they did a type B landscape buffer that'll be maintained by the HOA, which is 10 feet wider than our requirement on the east, and then they are providing the 20-foot type B on the northern side. The type B landscape buffer along Old Zebulon will be owned and maintained by the HOA as well. Maximum cul-de-sac length, they're exceeding the 300 feet for Street B, which ends kind of in a area with some different terrain elevation, and then they did put a playground over there on that side of the neighborhood as well. The homeowners association will maintain the townhomes, the roofs and yard maintenance and pest control of the townhomes. The town requires dedication and construction of streets and streets right-of-way in our transportation plan and our pedestrian plan. Beyond making what's required improvements by the TIA and our town transportation plan, they are offering the town $100,000 to put towards projects that have been identified in the transportation plan and our pedestrian plan at our choice. Off-street parking that's required for the active open space, they are providing 45 spots at the pool cabana, kind of central amenity area, which includes dog park, tot lot, and playground. They're also providing 44 off-street spots in the townhome section, as townhomes usually will have, they're all going to have spaces for off-street parking, but providing some extra never hurts for guests and the times you do need a few extra parking spots. As I said earlier, they're required to provide us 10.34 acres of open space. They're providing double that, roughly 19.87. They do have a full range of open space activities. Phasing plan does indicate there'll be 4 phases. Phases 1A and 1B include the amenities for the neighborhood, so the amenities are going to be built in the front construction sections. Development, the site will require connection to city water and sewer, which will be available. It's available nearby. 2 of the parcels are not in city limits and will come back to you for annexation. The applicant will be responsible for making required road improvements to Old Zebulon Road, which includes sidewalk, bike lanes, landscape area, and curb and gutter. And that runs along the length of their property, not the entire. We've had a couple questions from neighbors about if this development would do the whole road. That will not occur. It's just in their frontage. The TIA, we'll go over in just a moment, requires some additional landscaping on the plan. They've added 3 conditions to go above and beyond what our ordinance requires. TIA, number of dwelling units require the developer to prepare a TIA. The report is reviewed by NCDOT as well as the town contracted engineer. All impacted roads are DOT maintained, and they would determine what's required additionally beyond what's in our transportation plan. So the TIA does dedicate a 100-foot left turn lane from Wendell Boulevard onto Old Zebulon Road as a requirement. Town's comprehensive plan does designate this area as S4, controlled growth, an area where we anticipate a mixture of neighborhoods, different housing types, whether they be single family or multifamily, and it's close to the downtown, kind of our core. The development is a little more dense than some of the other outlying proposals that we have. And in that category, you could have multifamily, neighborhood serving commercial, civic uses, a little more traditional neighborhood developments. There's a copy of the framework plan. TRC has completed the review of the applicant's master plan. The applicant has made all corrections based on their comments. Additional review would occur during construction drawings. It is key to note throughout the process they did make 4 revisions, adding things each time based on additional parking spaces near the townhomes. They strengthened the buffers beyond the first submittal. So they made revisions throughout the whole process with TRC and town staff and neighbors. Planning Board on June 1st voted 4-1-1 in favor of the conditional district. The proposal is found to be generally consistent with the comp plan for the S4 sector. It provides a range of housing opportunities close to the downtown core. The applicant has provided numerous conditions on landscaping, open space, and architectural standards, seeking the ability to permit front-load townhomes related to cul-de-sac length is what they're asking for. The applicant, is key to note, it's proposing a master plan that contains a lot of amenities for a location that's only roughly about 1.3 miles from the core of the downtown. So traditionally you see those amenities in like the previous proposal or kind of more suburban locations. So this provides a lot of amenities really close to the downtown core. And I can field any questions that you may have. The applicant does have a short PowerPoint, and he promised me a couple minutes ago he would keep it really short.
Any questions for Mr. Coates?
I have one.
Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Lutz. Brian, just for my clarification, on that, I'm just going to speak in easier terms for me, or the right side of the master plan there, when they're looking at that 30-foot buffer, I'm assuming that's from the neighbor's property line. Is that to the fence? Is that neighbor's property line to the backyard? What is the 30 feet?
I'll have to ask the applicant where the fence is going, because I don't have clarification on where the fence is within that 30-foot buffer.
That's fine, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's hear from the applicant.
I don't have a phone number for him. Do you have one?
Yeah, is he on Teams
Oh.
to share his screen? Brian, could you first answer the question about where the fence will go in the buffer before you get started?
Absolutely. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the fence will be incorporated into the 30-foot buffer. It will likely be on the inside, facing on the side of the new residential units, with landscaping on the exterior to kind of soften the appearance for the neighbors.
So the neighbors will have trees and then the fence before they see the back of the townhome, the backyard.
That's correct.
Do you have an idea of just the distance from the fence to the property line then, just for my curiosity?
I would say it would be at least 20 feet.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board for Mr. Coates? Okay, let's hear from the applicant.
You can go ahead, Brian.
Can you see my screen?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. Thanks, Brian. Thank you for the detailed presentation. I will try not to repeat what you've already said, and I will certainly try to be brief. Madam Mayor, members of the council, good evening. Thank you for sticking it out. My name is Brian Duncan. I'm with the Spalding Group, the local civil engineering and planning firm, and I represent Carolina Land Group, a land developer who is local as well. Just to make you generally aware of where the project is, it's kind of on the northeastern side of town along Old Zebulon Road. It encompasses 3 parcels, 2 of which are owned by Mr. Sid Baines. I will note that one of the parcels is behind the existing Northwind subdivision, the single-family subdivision. And as Brian mentioned, there were 3 right-of-ways granted at the time that subdivision was platted. I'll note we're only using one of those for our future development. This project is included in the S4 controlled growth sector, and we feel that our plan is consistent with the current land use plan. Again, we're pleased to present you with this high-quality project. The intent is to provide a varied, high-quality, single-family and townhome housing type. The site offers, as Brian mentioned, the site offers numerous amenities for residents, including a pool, cabana, volleyball court, 2 playgrounds, various open space areas. We have almost 20 acres of open space that we are dedicating to the HOA and for the enjoyment of the residents. There is expansive preservation of the natural features of this site. The wetlands and the streams to the south will not be impacted. We have 3 entrances. I'll note that one of the entrances was added due to a planning board member's comment and concern for safety, for ingress and egress for the development. We were happy to oblige and add that entrance. We have enhanced buffers, especially adjacent to existing single-family residences. We have a 20-foot type B along the existing development along Old Zebulon Road with a minimum 6-foot shadow box privacy fence. We have the 30-foot buffer to the east adjacent to the larger single-family lots. That buffer was expanded based upon conversations with the property owners and with town staff. There was some concern brought up by the planning board about parking. We have 381 parking spaces provided. That includes 2 spaces per unit, and that includes townhomes. We also have 89 visitor spaces, and again, most of those were added based upon some feedback that we received from the planning board, so there should be plenty of adequate parking for this development for all housing types. The open space areas, the amenities, the townhome exteriors, which includes their landscaping, will be maintained in perpetuity by the HOA, so the residents will not be responsible for the maintenance of those, and it should help the community remain quality. I won't go through all of the zoning conditions that we're offering here, but I do want to highlight that we are providing a high quality of materials. Vinyl siding shall be prohibited except for trim elements. We have the 6-foot tall wooden privacy fence against adjacent single-family residences. The buffer shall be, owned and maintained by the HOA. We'll move on. There was a lot of discussion at the planning board surrounding townhomes and their place in Wendell. A lot of this information was generated based off early discussions with them, but I thought it'd be prudent to share here as well. Your typical home buyer for a townhome is your first time home buyers, empty nesters, single folks, and some who just prefer the lower maintenance living. It has a lot of benefits. It's accessible to town. They're generally more affordable, lower renovation costs, lower utility bills, lower maintenance or no maintenance. There's generally a strong sense of community, and a lot of folks just generally feel safer in this type of housing. The median list price currently in Wake County, as of April 2020, is almost $253,000. As Brian mentioned, we are responsible for constructing half of a 3-lane undivided road section along Old Zebulon Road. There'll be more than 1,000 lineal feet of improvements constructed along the road, and that includes a bike lane, planting strip, sidewalk. Additionally, the developer has offered a one-time $100,000 contribution to the town to be reserved for future transportation projects as they see fit. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Any questions from the board for the applicant?
Brief question, Commissioner Deloach. Number 12, just real quick. HOA will be responsible for townhomes, roofs, yard maintenance, and pest control. Your presentation said that it would be including those items. Is it limited to those items only, or is it exterior maintenance, such as siding, power washing, et cetera?
It includes all of those items.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
The applicant from the board? Yes.
Hey, Mr. Duggan, Commissioner Joyner, question, similar to one you heard earlier on buffers. I see a lot of buffers. I know that some of the buffers coming in were pre-discussed. Have you guys been approached and requested any buffers that you've denied during the process?
We have not. We have only expanded our buffers throughout this process.
Thank you.
Based on conversations we've had with neighbors and town staff.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Lutz here, do you guys have a build over your project yet?
Not that I am aware of. But again, I think any builder coming in here will be subject to the high standards of development, both for the site and architecturally. So I think whoever ends up coming in here will build a quality project with quality homes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I got a quick question.
Sure.
So the road size from curb to curb is still 27 feet and not 30? Isn't that when I met with you guys? For getting fire.
I'm sorry, you may have to repeat the question. I apologize.
The road size, width of the roads in there for like fire and EMS to get down with cars parked on the roads? Is it 27 feet or 30?
I'm verifying that right now.
It's 27 back to back.
27?
Yeah, but there is no on-street parking.
Oh, no on-street parking?
Yes, that's correct. Yep. Sorry about that.
Any other questions from the board? All right, we have one person signed up for public comment. We'll open the public hearing, and I think I already did that, but say it again just to be sure. So is Mr. Baines on the call? Yes.
Mr. Baines, you've been unmuted.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you'll have to excuse my voice. My asthma's acting up, and I'm not going through puberty. It's really asthma that's causing this. But anyway, I did submit a letter that covered most of the meat of my discussion, but I did want to at least come in person, via the internet here, to let you know kind of where we got, or why we got to where we are. My wife and I am Sue Baines. I live at 3900 Wendell Boulevard. My wife and I do own two of the parcels that are involved here. We've lived here for over 65 years, and we've seen the good times, and we've seen the bad times, and now we're seeing the good times come back again. Development is a scary thing for a lot of people, but where we are today in Wendell is far better than where we were years ago. I remember a meeting about 40 years ago dealing with a development. A visionary of this time, William Parrish, he's not with us anymore, one of the early developers around here, stood up and said, I'm like the Indians of old. I've had my ear to the ground, and it's coming. I'm not hearing buffalo, I'm hearing developers. Now, he was about 40 years too soon, but the reactions he drew that night were frightening. One man threatened to call a friend in New York and have him come down and rub William out. That's how acrimonious this meeting was. I'm glad to see that we've improved since then, but I know it still does frighten some people. We got into this situation because all of a sudden we were literally bombarded with letters of intent and requests to sit down with us and talk about selling this land. We'd never thought about selling the land, but Ann and I finally decided we'd sit down and talk to a few people. We had 3 serious letters of intent on our desk at one time, so we said we'll go through them. Carolina Land Group came to us, or Kirby LaForce came to us representing another firm at the time, but he came to us and he promised things that we didn't think developers would promise. We told him we were concerned about the adjacent landowners. We'd allowed them to use this land for years, and they enjoyed it. He said, we'll put buffers in, we'll put a fence up. And if you look back at the aerial photographs of this property, when those people built adjacent to our property, there was no buffer. The agricultural land went almost up to their property. We've allowed a buffer to grow up, to give them some privacy, and we want to maintain that for them. But, Carolina Land Group has promised to do good things here, and I think they will. They're committed to doing things that are of interest and excitement for me. We think about small houses as being bad. Small houses don't have to be bad. There's a concept or development style called compact development, and that's really what this is. Compact development is development that allows development to continue, and it benefits all aspects of the population. It conserves our limited land. This property is infield. It's almost totally surrounded with other development now. We don't have a lot of land left in old Wendell to develop. And that land we do develop, we've got to develop carefully. If we don't develop this land carefully, and if we don't put people there, we're going to get out of balance politically and from a tax-based perspective. There's been so much concern about satellite development and about Wendell becoming 2 or 3 or 4 Wendells. That'll happen if we don't maintain growth in the old part of Wendell. Think of a barbell with a 50-pound weight on one end and a 100-pound weight on the other. You can't keep it balanced. We've got to be sure that Wendell weighs, the historic Wendell weighs the same as what's around us. And we've got to address the needs and concerns of all of our people and not just let part of us outweigh the rest of us. And Carolina Land Group understands that, and I think this development understands that. They promised amenities and things that far exceed what they had to do to provide good homes for Wendell. They provide diversity. There's nowhere in Wendell that a development like this exists. In fact, I don't know of any place in this area. There are plenty of developments with small homes, but not this kind of high-quality small home or compact home. These are not low-end homes. Every home that's going to be built out there is going to exceed the per capita tax base of the land here now. Every property out there is going to be 25 to 100% more valuable than the house I live in. I don't mind that. I'm glad to see other people do better than I've done. Take a look at all of this and listen to what the letter says and listen to what the developer says. And please move on with this, approve it. It'll be good for Wendell. I love Wendell. My wife loves Wendell. We've got children and grandchildren that are going to live here. The future of the town's important to us. This will be good for Wendell. Thank you.
Thank you. Last chance for questions from the board.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Baines submitted a written comment for item 5C as well.
Do you want to read that in? Okay. We have a written submission as well for this one.
Okay, the following written public comment was provided by Aubrey Sidney Baines, 3900 Wendell Boulevard, Wendell, North Carolina, 27591. It reads, Mayor and Commissioners, Dear Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Aubrey Sidney Sid Baines, and I am submitting these comments in support of agenda item number 5C of your July 27, 2020 meeting. My wife Ann and I live at 3900 Wendell Boulevard and own 2 of the tracts that are included in the proposed Mackenzie Meadows development addressed by this item. As for background for your discussion and decision, I thought that it would be helpful to explain why we decided to sell our property for the purpose of development and why we chose Carolina Land Group and their proposal. Please note that this letter is basically the same as one I sent to the Planning Board on May 29th, but since the facts are still the facts, I hereby submit it for your consideration and use. This property has been in Ann's family for about 80 years. She and I grew up in Wendell, have spent between 6 and 7 decades living here, and do not plan to leave. For many years, my dream was to build a large home on a large lot in the middle of this property and surround it by other such homes and lots. My life experiences, education, and studies of development patterns have led me to understand that this dream is in many ways impractical and not in the best interest of Wendell, the town I love. I am now a firm believer in compact, sustainable development where appropriate rather than unsustainable sprawl associated with my early dream. Compact and sustainable developments are simply those that allow growth in general to continue for long periods of time. They benefit all aspects of the economy and population, are much more environmentally sound, and do not fill up the landscape with disjointed sprawl that cannot be sustained. Sprawl, on the other hand, is less well planned across the community, eats up much more living space per person, is more dependent on automobiles and travel, creates more traffic problems, destroys more natural habitat and farmland, takes potential customers away from downtowns, and greatly increases costs to homeowners and municipalities. I have had these facts verified through my studies to obtain 3 degrees in various areas of natural resources conservation and over 30 years as a professional natural resources researcher, manager, educator, and administrator. Also, I was elected to the Wendell Town Board on a platform of sustainable development. Among other involvements, I served as chair of the UDO Revision Committee, which expanded sustainable growth regulations, served on the Wake County Stormwater Management Task Force, which developed the ordinance that we now use, served on the Wake County Rural Traffic Study Group, which looked at the area's future traffic needs, and served on the Wendell Housing Diversity Task Force, which concluded that the town needs more developments like the one being proposed by Carolina Land Group. After having been contacted by a surprisingly large number of developers over the past few years, and 18 months ago finding 3 serious proposals on my desk at one time, Ann and I felt that we should consider a sale of the property. We continue to get offers even though the property is under contract. Also, we knew that this land is now infill because it has been surrounded by development. That with its being zoned RA, the UDO indicates that it is really in a holding pattern for future development because it no longer exists on a perimeter of the town. That the infrastructure already exists to connect the property to the town, and that adjacent properties have already been approved for development and annexed into the town. Therefore, the question was no longer whether or not our lands would be developed, but when and how. We chose to move forward while we had some control over the process and had an excellent plan before us. Carolina Land Group became our developer of choice. We chose them because their proposal meets our desire to see a new type of family and environmentally friendly neighborhood. Elements we considered were the company's interest in compact and sustainable development, the fact that they are a local company with local control, local funding, and a commitment to local subcontractors, and that they are willing to promise quality homes and will be above Wendell's current per capita home value. Additionally, they promise buffers and fencing to protect existing property owners, protections for open space and natural areas, and numerous amenities. Also, Kirby LaForce, a partner with this group and the individual handling this development, proves to know our area well and be honest in his dealings regarding this matter. While I sincerely appreciate any concerns regarding Mackenzie Meadows as they relate to the personal and individual interests of neighboring homeowners, I am just as sincere in my conviction that the proposed development of this property reflects a positive and natural growth pattern that is appropriate for this infill property and that the project will be very good for Wendell. As planned, Mackenzie Meadows meets and in many instances exceeds the expectations and requirements of Wendell's UDO and other planning documents. To require more would go against the intent that these documents have for providing fairness and equality to citizens, landowners, and developers. In addition, such actions could shut the door on future development and progress here. As you study this proposal in view of the location of this property, the surrounding developments, the many positive elements of the project's large increase to Wendell's tax base, and the value of compact and sustainable development, I believe you will agree also Wendell must consider or continue to grow the historic portion of the town in addition to outlying areas, or we could easily reach a situation where both the tax base and political base of the town become geographically out of balance. Without continued balance, the town could realize citizen rivalries and dissatisfactions, which lead to the fracturing of the town into 2 or more Wendells rather than one strong town. In conclusion, those who chose to clear land and develop or move into an area attempt to halt continued development and then depend on the benevolence and undeveloped lands of their neighbors to supply their buffers and personal recreation must consider this situation as unrealistic and temporary and should not be surprised or overly upset when the development they began eventually comes to their neighbors' lands. I understand the desire for a place of solitude and, quote, getaway. We began to lose ours 30-some years ago when we suddenly found our granite outcroppings, small pond, woods, and beaver pond in the backyards of our new neighbors, whose cleared yards extended right up to our boundaries. We welcome these new neighbors graciously, considered them friends, and have shared our lands with them. Our best option now is to let our lands be developed by Carolina Land Group in the manner proposed. Hope that our neighbors will extend friendship and hospitality to their new neighbors to come and trust you to help us by approving this project. This new neighborhood will not only benefit my children and grandchildren, but also the entire future of Wendell. Thank you for your favorable consideration, Sid.
Right. Is there anything the applicant would like to add? All right, we're going to close the public hearing, subject to receipt of additional comments from the citizens for the next 24 hours. We'll move into section 6 now, our administrative items. Item number 6A is the approval of the mural design for East Campen Street. I'm here from Stephanie Smith.
Good evening. There we go. I'm here tonight to request the approval for a mural concept design by Matthew Wiley Murals. If you'll recall, on January 13th, the board approved the selection of Matthew Wiley to provide a mural located on the side of the Perry Building along East Campen Street. As you know, we're well underway with our East Campen Row improvement for public parking and event space. Mr. Wiley was selected to create an original one-of-a-kind hand-painted mural to feature pollinators on the wall of the Perry Building, to add to the mural collection in town and complement the Bearded Bee Brewery that's located right across the way. This project will be part of the 50,000 Bee initiative that Mr. Wiley is currently in the middle of, where all over the world 50,000 bees will be painted to bring more awareness to pollinators. So I'm here to present the concept design. Mr. Wiley has provided the design for review. He indicated that the sketch is to bring diversity of pollinators together in a whimsical procession. The art will go across the entire painted wall section of the mural, so it will be a good size mural. It was presented to the Appearance Commission last week at their July 22nd meeting. The Appearance Commission reviewed and provided unanimous recommended approval for the sketch that is provided. Work is scheduled to begin this weekend on August 1st in conjunction with the completion of the East Campen Row project. And here I share with you, let me see if I can minimize this. There we go. The sketch that Mr. Wiley has provided. As you can see, it is in sketch form. Mr. Wiley indicated that this is the starting point for the mural and would be something that would be expanded on. He typically doesn't commit to colors until he actually sees the surface wall. I explained it is painted, it's kind of an off-white color, and so he appreciates the flexibility to kind of fine-tune the colors that will be involved in this mural. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Smith? Do you have a motion to approve the mural design?
Commissioner Lutz here. I'll make a motion to approve the mural concept design provided by Matthew Wiley Murals.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, Commissioner Joyner?
Aye.
Commissioner Deloach?
Aye.
Commissioner Lutz?
Aye.
Commissioner Tarnaski?
Aye.
Commissioner Boyette?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Item 6B is a motion on a contiguous annexation petition A-1908 for 7.5 acres located at 1425 South Hollybrook Road and identified by PIN number 1793034587. Mr. Coates.
Yes, so this public hearing was before you at your last meeting. So we're looking for a motion on the annexation petition for the 7.45 acres. It is part of the Hollybrook Conditional District, which is another item coming up on your agenda. It is a contiguous parcel totaling 7.45 acres. It's in our ETJ currently. The purpose of the annexation is to accommodate plan changes to the residential conditional district submitted by Fred Smith on South Hollybrook to include this land. So location of the parcel, and staff is recommending approval.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Coates?
I have a couple questions, and I don't know if this would be more pertain to, for this one or for the next topic. It has to do with just kind of the property between that and the neighboring property owners. I don't know if we better tackle it now, I guess, probably.
So on the conditional district, there is a change to condition 9 to include more lots, but that is not related to the annexation, so I was going to address that during the conditional district.
All right, that's fine.
Is that addressing what your question was?
Yes, I mean, that's fine. We can address it the next item, it'll be fine.
Okay. All right, what's y'all's pleasure?
Understand that we're going to have the similar concerns that Commissioner Lutz discussed earlier. So we'll make a motion on this to approve the annexation as worded there.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the annexation. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, Commissioner Joyner?
Aye.
Commissioner Deloach?
Aye.
Commissioner Lutz?
Aye.
Commissioner Tornaski?
Aye.
Commissioner Boyette?
Aye.
All right, item 6C is a motion on a contiguous annexation petition A-2002 for 15.79 acres, excuse me, located at 941 Wendell Falls Parkway and identified by PIN number 1783-178750. Mr. Coates.
Yeah, the next item before you is annexation for a project that the townhome project Neighborhood Center Conditional District was approved a few months ago. The applicant is moving forward with construction drawings. Before construction drawings can be approved, we require the annexation to be completed as that gains them access to water and sewer. The application at 941 Wendell Falls Parkway includes a townhome community as part of a Neighborhood Center Conditional District. It's on one parcel. The map here, you can see the parcel sits in between Wendell Falls Parkway and the golf course. And if you recall that the townhomes, the majority of them had their back sides of them facing the golf course view. The street did have a street to go in there. They also are giving us a 10-foot side path as part of the conditional district and things along the parkway. That development was approved in May. Staff's recommended approval of the annexation.
Any questions for Mr. Coates?
Ready for motion?
I don't know what's going on. Okay, I thought there was something we needed
No,
to talk about.
it was just stop sharing the screen
Okay.
so Commissioner Boyette could see.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the annexation petition for one parcel totaling 15.79 acres at 941 Wendell Falls Parkway. This is Commissioner Lutz.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the annexation petition. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right. Commissioner Joyner?
Aye.
Commissioner Deloach?
Aye.
Commissioner Lutz?
Aye.
Commissioner Tornaski?
Aye.
Commissioner Boyette?
Aye.
Okay. Our last is a motion to, on a revised R4 conditional district for 99.9872 acres, PIN number 17838375560, PIN number 17839212299, number 17839460222, 179302, 0954, and 1793034587, located at 1201 South Hollybrook Road, 1320 South Hollybrook Road, 0 South Hollybrook Road, and 1425 South Hollybrook Road. Mr. Coates.
Yeah, good evening. So the item before you now, the public hearing was held at your last meeting. It's a proposed R4 conditional district for the properties. It's a revised plan from one that was approved in 2018. The number 9 condition was amended today by the applicant. There is a street rear yard buffer that normally is within where backyards of homes touch. We require a buffer. They're providing that in condition 9. They listed the parcels, or in the parcel lot numbers that were included. In the landscaping plan, it included the whole western side of the property. And so there was a couple questions earlier, and the applicant just decided for clarification to add that to condition 9, all those lots. So we would add lots 110 through 116 and lots 251 to 252 to condition number 9. So that whole western side that borders residential properties would have an additional 10-foot street yard rear property buffer, which includes a tree every 15 feet.
Can you repeat those lot numbers for me?
Mm-hmm. Lots 110 through 116 and lots 251 to 252. So it includes all the lots on the western side of the project, the Glen side of the project. And the landscaping plan already showed it, but it was not clear in the condition, so they amended it.
Any other questions for Mr. Coates?
I just had some general questions, and forgive me for not being at the meeting last time. And Brian, I don't know if the applicant's here, but I don't know if they'd be better off served answering these, maybe some more than you. No offense to you, of course. But on that, the northern half of the project, the last time we had this come before us 2 years ago, there was the larger buffering space between the Arnold property and what they were proposing for development. I understand they had to rework things and acquire some property to try to make it more of a feasible project for them. Their property, they now have had these 5 homes which back up right up to the Arnold property. We have discussed some buffering issues on that southern part of the property. We discussed some buffering issues with the other projects just tonight. My question is, has there been anything discussed? I know the homeowner there has reached out to the developer, but anything has been discussed there as far as the buffer goes?
I'll refer to the developer. I know there was an email that they've sat down and talked with the Arnolds finally, so I'll let the applicant talk about what. John?
This is Clyde Holt. I'm able to speak for the applicant. We have reached out several times to Mr. and Mrs. Arnold and have suggested that they design a buffer, including a privacy fence and landscaping that the developer would pay for. They have indicated that they were not interested in doing that they had other concerns than just the buffer. So what we would like to do is to go back to condition 9, which your planning director just outlined. We were adding some additional lots to it. We would also like to add that buffer will exist along lots 22 through 27 adjacent to the Arnold property, and it will also include a 6-foot high wooden privacy fence to be constructed by the developer in the initial phase of the project, and thereafter to be maintained by the homeowners association.
So just for clarification, you're proposing that we have some vegetative buffer, we have a 6-foot high fence, they will be maintained by the HOA and not the Arnold family. Is that correct?
That is correct. We tried to work out something agreeable to the Arnolds, but we were not successful. So we're going to go ahead and do it through the zoning conditions, and it will be, as I said, constructed by the developer, but thereafter maintained permanently by the homeowners association.
And then just for more clarification for myself, this is still just Commissioner Lutz talking. The vegetative buffer, I'm assuming that would be on your developmental side of the property, correct?
Yes, sir. It will be on the back of our lots.
Okay.
And it will be maintained, as I said, by the homeowners association. The Arnolds will not have any obligation to do that.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
And I'm sorry, one other question. Forgive me for not being at the last meeting. I know these were probably asked and answered. Can you speak to anything regarding with the traffic with the turn lane from 231 onto Hollybrook? I know that was discussed briefly last time, and I know that was the traffic study, which you don't necessarily do, or you just kind of have, but can you speak to anything with that turn lane?
The traffic study was done by our professional traffic engineer. The scope of the traffic study was set by the town of Wendell planners in conjunction with the traffic engineer. The study was then submitted to North Carolina Department of Transportation. It was approved by NCDOT, but the left turn lane that you're referring to was the suggestion and the requirement of NCDOT. They feel that it is currently needed, whether this property develops or not, and they said that it should be provided, and that, of course, this developer was before them, and so they added it to our obligation. We've agreed to do it, but it was entirely an NCDOT requirement.
Okay, so you're almost saying whether or not this project would have happened or not, they still would have felt like this was needed?
Yes, sir. In other words, it is not this project that is necessitating that. It is a current need according to NCDOT.
You guys just happen to be the ones bearing it, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, just a comment. I shared the concerns that Commissioner Lutz had. I appreciate the developer attempting to address those in condition
This
number 9.
conference has reached its maximum duration and will
Yes,
end
it
in 1
has.
minute.
I would just encourage, and Mr. Holt, if you can hear me, I understand that maybe you didn't reach an agreement initially. I appreciate the steps that you've taken and hope that as you move forward through the process, if you and the Arnolds are able to find a better solution than this, that you continue to work towards that. It's certainly my hope that, and the kind of the expectation of everyone working together moving forward. But I appreciate the changes that were made today and for Commissioner Lutz bringing them forward.
We will certainly continue that effort, sir. Thank you.
For clarification, even if the Uber conference call does end, that the public can watch on Facebook Live through the town website.
Facebook Live is what's ending.
Facebook Live is ending, so yeah, that's the Uber conference call.
It just ended.
Will you start it?
Ben, is Facebook Live still active?
It's still streaming, but was there like a time limit?
Yeah, 1 minute.
That's speaking up again. I can just click the stream off and then click it back.
And Uber conference
Thank you.
is for the sound,
Correct.
so we'll send another.
Tell us something.
No, I think Facebook Live is okay. It's Uber conference. I was wrong. Fellas, what y'all want to do?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion, we approve the R4 conditional district for properties located at 01320 1425 South Hollywood Road.
Can I
And it-
clarify that the conditions that were mentioned by the board for the amendment to number 9, both times are added to that?
Including the addition of the conditions in number 9, as the manager stated.
And just be clear, that's going to include the developer's concessions for the other lots too.
Correct.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the R4 conditional district, including the changes and concessions with number 9, item number 9, and the builder's concessions regarding, I think it was buffering, is that correct? Is that everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, Commissioner Joyner?
Aye.
Commissioner Deloach?
Aye.
Commissioner Lutz?
Aye.
Commissioner Tornaski?
Aye.
Commissioner Boyette?
Madam Mayor, Commissioner Boyette cannot hear until Assistant Planning Director Coates logs into the new Uber conference.
Okay.
You've got to bring him in more. Can you stick it together?
Yeah,
Hold on, please don't.
yeah,
Let me get a
you
picture.
have to. I'm not logged
Call him on his phone.
One of these.
He hadn't heard the motion.
We need to specify the lot numbers.
Just give me a second, that'd be all right.
Conditions.
I don't think so. Typically,
Good. Phone record.
The record will catch it, like the written record.
that's why I read it all out the very first.
Doing extra long.
Thank you for participating in the Town of Wendell Board of Commissioners virtual meeting. To reduce feedback, you will all be muted during the meeting. If you've signed up for public comment period or to speak during a public hearing, you will be unmuted when the clerk identifies you and says it is your turn to speak. Anyone unmuting themselves out of turn will be forced muted again as a warning. Continuing to do so will warrant being ejected from the call. Thank you for understanding.
This conference is being recorded by the organizer.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
We have the new 6E for the architecture when we do.
Should I text him and say vote yes? Aye.
Megan, you sent him an invite to the new meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's in right now.
Can he hear us?
John, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you.
I can hear you.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the revised R4 conditional district. Did you hear that part?
No, it cut me off, and when I called back, I was promptly rickrolled
Okay, we
by
have
the hold music, so.
motion to approve the revised R4 conditional district with the concessions on on number 9 of the conditions, and with the addition of a wood fence buffer agreed to by the applicant. And we got to you to vote. Everyone else has voted but you.
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, item 6E. Previously 3F is the selection of architectural engineering firms and engineering firms for the design of Town Hall, and to direct the town manager to negotiate the contract. So we'll hear from the manager, I guess, and I believe Commissioner Boyette wanted to speak to this as well, and that's why it was moved off of consent.
Yeah, I'm available with any questions, and leave it to
Okay.
Commissioner Boyette, who also served on the selection
All
committee.
right. All right, go.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to move this off because I think it's an important step moving forward as Town Hall project. I'm very pleased to announce the selection of Gensler Architectural to serve as the architectural firm for designing the new Town Hall. I was very happy to be able to take part in this process. We had a lot of very good proposals, both turned in on the initial RFQ, as well as 4 excellent presentations from the firms that we invited to come and give presentations, and we selected Gensler from that group. I look forward to sitting down with the full Board of Commissioners, the mayor, town staff, and Gensler to begin the design process. I think it's going to be an excellent project for the town that's going to allow us to showcase a lot of our strengths, and most importantly, provide a well-designed workplace for town staff that will accommodate their work and provide for a lot of room for town staff to grow in the future. And so I look forward to it, and I just again wanted to thank town staff for all the time and effort they put into what was a very good process.
All right. So, we need a motion to approve the recommendation by the, selection committee, and to authorize the town manager to negotiate a contract.
Mr. Commissioner Luke.
I will make that motion.
All right. Is there any discussion on the motion?
No.
Were you asking a question?
Nope.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Joyner?
Aye.
Commissioner Deloach?
Aye.
Commissioner Lutz?
Aye.
Commissioner Tarnaski?
Aye.
And Commissioner Boyette?
Aye.
All right. Move quickly to number 7, other business. Update on board committees by town board members. I went to Campo, or I virtually went to Campo. Typically in July, they do not meet, so it was a quick meeting for the purpose of holding a public hearing regarding the fiscal year 2022 proposed changes in target modal investment mix. We also received a real quick update on the Wake Transit Vision Plan and the fiscal year 21 work plan reassessment, and received information on budget, various budget information items, project updates, public engagement updates, and some staff reports. The other one is the Technical Review Committee. We're going to hear from Mayor Pro Tem Boyette.
Yes, this is a holdover from the last meeting. There was some discussion of the tree light dining plan. There were some technical concerns that were brought up, and it's my understanding it's going to come back up at the next TRC meeting for further discussion.
All right. Comments from the board. We'll start with Commissioner Joyner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to refer everybody to our town's social media. They do an amazing job with letting you know what's going on in a time where everything's changing a lot. So I will delay the rest of my comments and just point you back to town communication on a lot of other things. And we are about 30 minutes short of me being able to wish my wonderful wife a happy 8th anniversary. So just appreciate the fact that she is willing to stay at home every other Monday and put up with me. So happy anniversary, and thank you, Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Deloach?
Nothing tonight, Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Lutz?
Nothing tonight, ma'am.
Commissioner Tarnaski?
No comment tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyette?
No comment tonight, Mayor.
All right, I have no comment as well tonight, so we're adjourned.